Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for all in attendance here. Personally, I'd like to call the September 20th, 2022 council meeting to order at 9:09 a.m. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the Blackfoot and the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. The city of Chestermere is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. Our meeting today is also being broadcast live. With that, let's begin. Our first item on our agenda today is going to be the adoption of our agenda. If I could get a motion to adopt our agenda as presented. Councilor Cook.
Make the motion of the adopt the agenda as presented.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Today we have two proclamations. Our first one that I wanted to bring forward was in regard to Truth and Reconciliation Day. On June 3rd, 2021, the Government of Canada passed Bill C-5 to designate September 30th as new statutory holiday known as the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. The day commemorates the tragic legacy of the residential school system and honors the lost children and resiliency of survivors of the residential schools in the family. Both the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation and Orange Shirt Day take place on September 30th. Orange Shirt Day is an Indigenous-led grassroots commemorative day intended to raise awareness of the individual, family, and community intergenerational impacts of residential schools and to promote the concept of every child matters. Chestermere Rotary Club is hosting an Orange Shirt Day event from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. at John Peak Park. Activities include teepee raising demonstration, speakers from Brown Bear Women's Center, singers, drummers, and dancers, make your own teepee, kids crafts tent, free hot dogs and soft drinks. Remember to bring your own folding chair and blanket. On September 30th, we encourage all to join us at John Peak Park and to wear orange to honor the thousands of survivors of residential schools. Also, on another note, I'd like to make a declaration in relation to, on September 25th, the Chestermere Pet Value Dog Walk that is this Sunday, and we need sponsors. They're looking for sponsors to help. Amazingly, it does cost a lot to train service dogs. It's around $35,000 to train service dogs. Our own Councillor Deputy Mayor Mel Fote is the coordinator of this worthwhile event. It all happens this Sunday at John Peak at 10 a.m. for registration. And again, I just wanted to bring up how much fun we had at the at the amazing race in Chestermere on Saturday. The city put in two teams, which was a lot of fun. We had our council team and we had our staff team, and so it was an incredible event. It was really encouraging to see all the public that came out. And all the exciting things that happened during the race. The council team actually performed really well, and so did the staff. So again, thanks for everyone's participation, and we're looking forward to next year, and I'm sure the planning's already started. With that, if we could move on to the next item, which is the adoption of minutes. If I can get a motion to adopt the first set of minutes, which is September 30th, 2022. Councilor Cope.
I think we would talk about it.
13th of May. All right, thank you. Are any comments or questions? Seeing none, hearing none. All in favor? Carried? Thank you. Okay, moving on to item E, which is our business arising out of the minutes, which is, first of all, is our action list. Do we have an update today for our action list? We're looking at that for the end of the council meeting there. All right, we'll move that off to later in the day. All right, moving to our first item G, which is staff reports for information. First of all, we have our first order of business is the fire hall medical capabilities presented by Jamie Coots, our fire chief from the city of Chestermere. Good morning. On page 7 and 8. It's the mic there.
All right. Today we're going to talk about medical capabilities. So this is just to kind of bring up to date on where we are today, and to talk a little bit about what tomorrow could look like as part of the medical service that presented to you a week ago now, I think. One of the ones in there is medical. We'll start with saying thank you. Thank you for working with EMS. Thank you for working with the government to get that ambulance 24-hour coverage for customer. That has been helpful when they're available. We're adjusting the hour to having the 24 hours a day. And other than the parking, it's going off. Some of the challenges that we face here in Chestermere that other places don't face is not having a hospital or an urgent care center. Well known to you, we're attending that every day. Having our ambulance go to Calgary and get stuck in the metro area of Calgary, so not having an ambulance in the city all the time. And then kind of the lack of active response of an ambulance service. So all of our members right now are target. I have this other sheet that you try my best to help you there, but basically we have an FMI program, the First Medical Responder Program. This is being signed with the Alberta government, saying that we will go to these medical calls. The medical calls are listed at the top of that sheet. So Omega, it's the least threatened that we can have. Hurt yourself, but we have lots of time. So we use these to prioritize which calls come first. Just as an example, last Tuesday, when I was getting ready to come over here, we had 2 deltas. So if we look down the delta, life-threatening, all units responding. We had 2 deltas at the exact same time. So yeah, we had to pick between somebody's having a reaction and having trouble breathing, and somebody has cut themselves. So that was the choice that the crews had to make after the thing did. The ambulance was 25 minutes away, and our crews had to decide between those two. There's no good decision, so they do what they do, and they do it every day for us. When we look at these, so alpha response, non-threatening, priority, Bravo, it moves up, right? Charlie starts to be like threatening, Delta means bad. I gave you some examples. Echo, I don't like the terminology they use, but this is what they use. They're circling the bin. It means that you need help immediately. And that happens a lot. It happens at the main scale. And we had to send 2 firefighters with the ambulances in Calgary, which put us out of service until something can get to the hospital. So our current model is that everybody has to be at FMR level. So EMR, emergency medical responder. We, in our last hiring, hired some paramedics. The paramedics have been there as well. So we hired primary care paramedics and advanced care paramedics. And they all fall underneath what's called the Alberta College of Paramedics, right? So this is who provides them the rules, the guidelines for left and right, and also do they pay all the fees. So what we want to talk a little bit about today, and leave you with those thoughts to think about when we come back another day to talk about levels of service, is if the City of Chestermere is happy at that level, right? Level today, and say a small step to get standard first aid, or if they would like us to start moving towards higher levels of service. So we could stay the way we are. We could look at basic life support, so that's kind of the primary care paramedic level. And there's a lot more that we could do, like IVs, some of the drugs that can be given using cardiac monitor, things like that. Or even higher to the advanced life support level, or the advanced care paramedics. It's a high level of training, right? We go to paramedics. I watched some of them work at Providence Hospital and the other day, different type of firefighters running a code. It's amazing to watch. So they're in there being all of the life saving that we can possibly imagine. And so for us, we have to think about a couple of things. We have to think about what are the different serve, right? What you're doing is going to go online. And then my job is to how do we staff it, how do we put it, how do we work, and staff. And so as we move forward with the 2025 plan, we've taken some time in the last few weeks to have the opportunity to hire more people. Even those hirings, firefighters, smart firefighters, what level. They also have to pay their elevated phone minutes every year, right? Well, so as we decide that, some of them, if they let go, they're hard to get back. So they have to be careful if they're letting drop different levels if we're looking at if we're meeting the scopes of jobs. So for us, my recommendation would be for us to look at either how it is now, or we take a small step forward and do a basic life support engine. Fire department, and we would have at least one paramedic on the engine to build that with a high level of care. Now that comes with a cost, right? So we would have to figure that out. We would have to figure payments on that. I could tell you for sure it's not free and it's not cheap. But it's not hundreds of thousands. So, how we're going to handle medical calls in the future is a key part of what we do. But 70% of our calls are medical calls, and the staff definitely appreciate that we've given them more staff, so we have more abilities to handle those tough decisions on health days. And as we move that forward, this new fire service. We have to look at it and so it's whatever. Great,
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jamie. That was really informative. Some startling numbers there. So just to confirm what you just indicated, so 70% of your calls are medical.
Pretty typical.
Yeah.
As far as that's full-time stuff.
Even if you have an ambulance service, they still.
Yeah, some of those fire departments don't have any service and still have.
That was, we were just starting to look into, which I was planning on talking to you about, and I saw what you're bringing forward today, was the idea of auxiliary ambulance service. And the city would look to help support the existing service. I don't know, obviously, it's a determine if it makes any sense, but we're in talking with council. We are all concerned about ambulance service level, lack thereof, and how to come up with ways to find solutions. We're not going to resolve AHS less, but it doesn't mean that we can't bring methods and we, the council, will have to consider if they wish to invest in something. But looking forward to your comments, I guess, in relation to being other alternatives as well as I said today.
It's run, but again, no magic for me. Just in the by putting those paranoids on, especially second part, that gets stopped. Without then putting to the hospital. We don't have much time. Transporting them and getting stuff to them. But there is probably unprofitable. There's ways that we can improve staff levels to help them.
As you know, we are working with the government in relation to urgent care those things don't happen. And we believe they're coming quickly, but again, it's not. I believe it's imperative that you come up with some systems today and everything. And I've seen some of these. Been looking into this a little bit. I've seen some of these solutions that they're providing over the communities and some of the areas that are learning and being to the private entities that are still funded by the healthcare system, but some city takes the risk. We don't set them up by any. I'm just wondering if that's you might have things about it, but that's a patch from now but we actually get legitimate care here.
Yeah, I think also that I have serious concern again about that. We talked about it. Our ambulance, it's like the biggest one that was already done. So, as much as it starts and stops adjusting, it should change throughout the year.
Yeah.
Often it's not sitting very, that whole system, right, the challenge is there. We want to work with you to try and figure out ways that fire department can help those. Not when they're going to provide that evidence, but at a level that, we can all do, or the thing staff to.
Well, and our council ultimately decides. However, though I do believe that we wish to invest into all of our emergency services that we've been doing so far, the fire department, police service, CPA, this is part of it. Thank you. It's great. We have comments, questions? All right. We could, if I can get a motion to accept that for information. Or, vote.
I'll make the motion to receive the information of the presented information.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Thank you. Pass. All right, moving on to our second order of business, which is our strategic plan update, presented by Kim Wallace, Acting City Director of Corporate Services.
When Mayor Kessler. Today, the ticket phone updates. We just realized like to it. And votes. We did just change the coloring a little bit. The feedback so far was I'll just quickly go through the areas just as a review of where we were, not to go through every page, but then stop at the page that that's forward. It's 2021 to 2025. It's now on of our vision. Oh, I'm not vision. More verbiage around that. Our values, safety, fiscal responsibility, trust, effectiveness, inclusiveness, the 3E government model, excellent expertise and efficiency. The big steps, our strategic priorities. These are concentrated by 3 strategic priorities. Where we'll be going to here, the process. The second is people in the community. The third is involved. This goes into just a little bit of detail for the step one. That's the big step. Are you comfortable with me just going through this until we get to the end of the strategy?
Sure, go through this, slow down a little bit. Just trying to catch up.
The second, of course, investing in our people and our community. Number two. And third is the building block. How do we get there? Optimizing development, structure investing. Which brings us to the next page, and this is where, for the community who may not have heard this, or to simply remember what was brought back, talked about in the March 15th, which is the infrastructure plans for this council. That was a motion was passed on March 15th. Motion the council directed the mayor and administration to continue to work on the following projects and engage with the budget needed. All projects, when ready, will come to council for our approval. I'll just go through what those projects are. Dog parks, which is one which the entertainment district, which is at Johnson Park, which will include restaurants, beach, retail, the condo, and designed to make this a function. Dredging discussions with the WID for the lake, Sunset Beach, and changes there. The South Shore waterfront discussion with WID and the developer. The Southeast Canal Pathway along the canal to Delman Lake in Langton. East Egerton servicing and then subdivision solution. Webster negotiations and planning. The twinning of Highway 1 and the bridge. The twinning of Ranger Road. The negotiation purchase of CRCA land with Rockview County. The negotiation land of the 11 acres across from Count Chestermere from the development plans, the plans to make to recreation. Assist in the negotiations with the golf course owner, buyers, and preservation by requested as needed. Negotiate sports fields with Central to bring soccer, football, rugby, and baseball fields. And discuss ideas for servicing around towards Winchester. On the next big step, which was the second motion on the same day, where the council again continue to work on a confidential project as discussed in camera.
I was just finding that audio was a bit of a challenge for me. That's on. Let's see. How long will it take to prepare this? So those at home that can hear me, we're just going to take a break for some technology difficulties we're having. So it's 9:33. We expect it to be about 10 minutes. Thank you very much for your patience.
Test, 1, 2, 3, test. 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 Test, 1, 2, 3, test.
All right, thank you everyone for your patience. We're just going to restart. Thank you for your patience for our technical difficulties. We're just coming into our presentation on our strategic plan update, which is being presented by Kim Wallace, our acting city director of corporate services from the city of Chestermere. Kim, if you could redo the presentation or start from the beginning again.
I'm happy to.
Thank you.
And thank you to Mayor and Council for the brief break because the decision was made. I'll just read it again from the beginning for those that may have missed it last week. And we're really proud. I know Council is very proud of where they've gotten with their progressive path forward and their strategic vision. So why not take another minute to go through it? So starting forward, just to explain a little bit, we have 3 areas of the strategic vision. The first being the framework, which Council had decided and worked on last fall, I believe. And then the strategic priorities is number 2, and that's what I will be introducing today. And the third is the brand of Chestermere. So we'll be introducing that as the final piece for the framework of the strategic priorities and vision. Okay, so to begin with, the vision, are we able to take that little? Yes, thank you. The vision, our vision, Chestermere is a progressive and inclusive community. Residents and business owners are actively involved in the community life. All communities stand strongly by one another, and in Chestermere, people are what truly matters. We are a dynamic community with employment and recreation opportunities spanning our community's diversity. Robust community life is supported through excellence in municipal service. Our municipal finances are solid and we have optimized municipal processes. Ultimately, a sense of municipal strength permeates through the community, enabling more and more opportunity and growth. Every step is guided by our values. Achieving Council's strategic vision requires committing to and consistently applying Council values. The first being safety. We will ensure decisions are made with honor and promote our community's physical safety and emotional and well-being. We will do this while considering the fine balance between community rights and responsibilities versus risk. Fiscal responsibility. We will be fiscal stewards, acting on our fiduciary responsibilities to Chestermere by making wise and balanced decisions that set up future generations for success. Investments will be thoughtful, effective, and responsible with a lens towards long-term financial robustness and maximize outcome to the community. We will also be collaborative and work creatively with partners looking for shared values and innovation. Community trust. We will ensure decisions are made with honor and promote our community's physical safety and emotional and well-being. We will do this while considering the fine balance between community rights, responsibilities versus risk. Continuing with our values, when council decisions are made, council will consider how the decisions will contribute to our value. Council will ensure thorough information related to the values is provided for the discussion before decisions are made. Council will rely on technical data whenever possible, as well as Council's understanding of what works for the community to ensure decisions are made wisely. Number 4, effectiveness. Decisions will be clear in scope, made in a timely manner, have information necessary available, and in a prioritized manner. We will value efficiency, not only in decision-making, but also in outcomes. Overall, effective and efficient outcomes are highly desirable. Number 5, inclusion. We are opening and welcoming to all residents and visitors alike. Council process will be considerate and respectful of how diverse our community is and strive to be as inclusive as possible. Everyone should have the opportunity to be involved, and we will creatively ensure this happens. We are open-minded, understanding, and appreciate of and appreciative of different viewpoints. Embracing diversity will only make our community a stronger, safer place and space. As members of council, we will lead by example. The 3 E's governance model: excellence, expertise, and efficiencies. With excellence, governing and leading with excellence, demonstrating strength and adaptability, guiding initiatives with enthusiasm, and working towards the achievement of professional goals. Expertise, value the voice and knowledge of experts when making leadership decisions, encouraging all to develop expertise in their role, as it is the success of one that brings success for all. Efficiencies, leading with efficiency, carrying out the correct tasks in the right way with the least waste of time and effort. In essence, helping staff work smarter, not harder. The big steps, strategic priorities. Achieving council's strategic vision requires committing to and consistently applying council values. To do so, council has identified 3 strategic priorities that will guide the city's work plans from 2022 now to 2025. Each of these strategic priorities will have an internal, detailed action plan to be developed over the next 3 months. The action plans will assess capacity for new initiatives, budget impacts, timelines, and performance metrics. The three steps are: 1, process; 2, people and community; 3, building blocks. The first, process. Streamline city governance and process. Optimize organizational function and structure. Optimize development application processes. Optimize procurement process. Improve internal reporting and communication protocols. Improve external reporting and communication protocols. Number 2, people and communities. Invest in our people and community. Increase community trust by listening, acting, and being results-oriented. Increase transparency and engagement. Communication within community. Provide targeted support and programming for seniors, youth, and not-for-profits. Number 3, the building blocks. Optimize development and infrastructure investment. Enhance development across the city. Upgrade to transportation and roads. Upgrades to water, sewer, and storm. Increase healthcare facilities and access. Diversification of recreational facilities. Ensure adequate land for school sites. So number 1, the process. Big next steps. Complete strategy for multi-CAO positions, structure, and feasibility of organizational restructure. Assess approach for reviewing and updating the development application and procurement process. Create clear guidelines for communication protocols between council and administration. Create a communication strategy on how best to communicate council's strategy with the public and stakeholders. Number 2, people and community are big steps. Invest in our people and community. Generate a community stakeholder engagement and communication strategy. Assess how best to obtain baseline information around public sentiment on municipal performance in general, and specifically on how they want to be engaged with. List people and community associated projects in the more detailed action plan. Assess for required resources and prioritize. Develop performance metrics. Number 3, building blocks. Optimize development and infrastructure investment. Strategy to address development and growth, including inner city, residential, commercial, and recreation. Better understand current and ongoing infrastructure community capacities when building projects. Refine a more detailed action plan, understand capacity and budget requirements. Prioritize all actions, develop performance metrics. This is the additional pieces that were added to the strategic plan, which were passed in motion in March of 15, part of the strategic priorities for this council. Council directed the mayor and administration to continue to work on the following projects and engage legal advice when needed. All projects will come to council for required approvals. So this motion was 199-22. The following projects were agreed upon to develop. The first being dog parks, the second being the entertainment district at John Peak Park, which will include restaurants, beach, retail, condos, and a full design. This dredging discussion to start with WID, Sunset Beach, South Shore waterfront discussion with WID and developer, Southeast Canal pathway along canal to Dalmead Lake and Langdon, East Acreages servicing and subdivision solutions, website negotiations and planning, twinning of Highway 1A and the bridge, twinning of Rainbow Road, negotiate purchase of CRCA lands with Rocky View County, negotiate lands on 11 acres across from Camp Chestermere from development lands to recreation, assist negotiations with the golf course owners, buyers, and Preservation Society, as well as residents as needed, negotiate sports fields with Centron for soccer, football, rugby, and baseball, and discuss ideas for servicing around acreages in Chestermere. The second area, which council committed to, was passed by motion 200-22 on March 15th of 2022. And this is where council directed the mayor and administration to continue to work on the confidential projects as discussed in camera and engage legal advice as needed. All projects will come to council for public disclosure and required approvals. These are just summaries of what was discussed at that time. North Beach, Canal Southwest, landscape south side of Canal, pathway to Langdon, dirt berm, which includes adding dirt behind from dredging, adding path along top, asphalt, adding lookout to platform, East Lake, creating water ski lakes, housing development and retail, annex discussions, highway bypass, CRCA development, which includes concept planning, pool development, hockey rinks and contracts, geothermal, Ecos growth furnace, sports courts negotiations with developers, parking lot negotiations, macro stormwater solutions, the senior center, high schools, and hotel and convention center. Okay. Oh, don't know what happened to our last page, but our last page of this is just in conclusion of where we're at. Is just the announcement of the strategic plan as it stands.
Next steps, right?
Yes, our strategic vision, progressive path forward. So you can look forward to the branding of Chestermere for our next presentation. Do you have any other questions?
Kim, just to bring forward to the public. So can you move to the slide you just had?
Yes.
The second slide, I think. So on this slide, we're identifying we're just talking about our second step in our strategic planning framework and review. The third step is going to be where we're looking at that retreat and having us come together with finalization of how that's going to affect Chestermere and how we're going to move forward protecting our values and our way of life, I guess. And that'll be our final step.
Our final step. The branding, it is designed so that all residents, as well as council and administration, embrace it as a way to move forward with this council's direction. I do have to speak about the retreat. Unfortunately, we could not book what we wanted to, so the retreat has been moved off until early November, and we will update council with those dates to make sure hopefully everybody's available for the retreat. But yes, very much looking forward to wrapping the entire strategic vision inside a brand that all can be proud of as residents and administration and council.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments, Councilor Dean?
Yes, thank you. I just want to be clear that we're not just branding what's already here. We are looking at this. This is the framework. This is not the strategic vision. This is the framework, correct? And we are going to be then taking this as our guide to then build out from there and have the ability to speak to, make changes, edit, because we haven't done any of that during the council. And that's also the purpose of the retreat. Am I correct in that assumption?
Mm-hmm. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the beginning portion was agreed upon early in your initial strategic vision meetings.
Well, that's what council worked on, to come forward with our strategic consultants
At the time.
at the time.
Early on.
And that was our previous framework that's been adopted by council.
As I said.
And so now we have these strategic priorities that council has already passed the motion to accept, which is part of what our strategic planning is. As Councillor Dean mentioned, we do have the opportunity to add to these framework and strategic priorities, and as we've now had a bit more time in office, it gives us a bit more guidance as to how everything is going to move forward and how we might have some additional concerns or amendments that we wish to make, for sure. But it gives us, I guess, the first couple steps in that process, though. So we're working through it gradually. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, a couple of comments on that. I agree with what Councillor Dean is saying. In this package, you basically, it's a repeat of what we had before, but now
Correct.
you basically just identified out some of the projects. And the projects are the concepts, the ideas, right? They'll all come back before council for approval.
Absolutely.
And they have to be tested for feasibility, for logic, if they make sense, if they don't make sense, or if there's impediments that prevent us from actually doing that during our term. But my other comments in going through that was, when you go through your process, like step one of process, part of that deals with internal processes. We say it earlier, but probably in a future version, we should expand that out, because some of the processes are the review of policies and procedures, the internal control over financial reporting, like all of those things that we've already been working on, right, and have been the subject of many resolutions, are part of that first part of process. And we haven't really sort of fleshed it out in this version.
Right. And these are the kinds of things that we can really.
Yeah, and I
debate
assume that
through.
those are the things that
at
when
the
we have
retreat.
the retreat, we're going to say, okay, in this area, we need to flush that out so that the message to the community is much clearer.
That you're working towards achieving this as
Yeah.
your strategic vision and framework.
Yeah, I think those things are great. I'm concerned a little bit about, I think we need to start that earlier than just trying to ram it through in two days or so.
I agree. The
That's a
branding,
difficult task to do what you just said.
Yeah, well,
the branding exercise
We can
is
come up with a
to be
summary.
a complete day, and so it can be a great part of finishing this. And then we can absolutely bring forward further additions to the framework.
Councillor Hanley?
just as I'll throw it out to the rest of the council, because if we couldn't have the retreat in early October and now we're into November, perhaps we could, schedule a workshop
Yeah.
and work around some of these in the meantime to make some progress forward, right? We just have to be careful of, establishing, sort of the boundaries of, okay, in the workshop, let's just deal with this portion, right? Rather than everything else, because it'll, these conversations get very complex.
And go all sorts of different
And go all
directions
direct.
quickly. Yes, I think that's a great idea. We could potentially book that sooner rather than later.
Councillor Foat?
I see that on some plans we have, you have the golf course there.
Mm-hmm.
I think if we're going to go talk about the golf course, we need to look back at previous councils' minutes or whatever and try to find whether or not we have a bylaw for flying golf balls.
Okay, we will look for that.
Thank you.
Yes, definitely. We'll have that ready for the workshop.
Thank you.
I think he's referring to flying golf balls leaving the course
I know.
boundaries.
Yeah.
That's what I imagine.
Yes,
They often fly on a golf course.
have to be dealt with.
Councillor
Yeah.
Hanley?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think we had a resolution to direct administration to look for what are the processes. So perhaps we can request administration to come back to us at like the next council meeting and include that on the agenda of what the findings are so far. And
Okay. Councillor Dean?
Sir, I just have a question. I just want to be really clear. This is the framework for creating our strategic vision, not our strategic vision, correct? This is the framework for creating it. I believe that that's what we were voting on. That's what we adopted. That was the discussion last week. This is the framework for creating our strategic vision, and the purpose of the retreat was to do that. So I would certainly support Councillor Hanley's suggestion about the workshop piece, because I agree. November is that's going to be more than a year since we have been in elected office. But I just want to be really clear. This is the framework for creating our strategic vision, that this is not our strategic vision as we have discussed, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Fogle?
I agree. This is the framework for our strategic vision to address Councillor Dean. But you have to put some things down on paper. You use it. And these are things that are, pardon the expression, hot topics or things for discussion. We have to put something, we have to get started somewhere. We have to put this stuff down. But yes, we will discuss it through a workshop and through a retreat. And I think, I agree with you, it's time to get it done.
Councillor Funk?
Just to reiterate, that is exactly, I don't understand where this conversation is going, because we voted last week, that was the framework. This week, it's under the staff reports for information. This is just information as to where that is at currently. So I think we're just discussing information that's being presented.
I agree.
Okay, any other comments? Councillor Hanley?
I'm going to make the motion to accept for information, but I'd also like to follow it by a motion to then set up a workshop. Everyone that didn't.
They already had that.
So if you please make a motion to accept this presentation as information.
Okay. I move the council accepts the strategic vision framework presentation as information.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Hanley?
I move that council directs administration to set up a workshop in October and define boundaries to progress towards using the framework towards our strategic vision and advise council at the earliest opportunity of the proposed dates.
Now, we don't have a, I don't know if it's too fast, but we don't have a council meeting technically next week.
It's not too fast.
Do we want to do that as our first workshop? Because I'm recommending that there's multiple workshops, because some of this information that Councillor Hanley brought forward, they take time to create and focus on.
Just leave the discussion.
Yeah, begin the discussion and start to work it out. It's important information that needs to take its time. Is that okay with?
I don't have a problem.
I think that's
That friendly?
27.
Okay, any comments or, all in favor of Councillor Hanley's motion?
You would need to,
Any
Point
comments
of
or
order.
questions?
you would need to amend his motion,
Yeah.
because he said October and you want to do it next week, which
Okay.
I support. He just needs to amend his motion.
Okay.
Let's
So I
amend it.
will restate my motion.
Okay,
I move that council directs administration to schedule a workshop on our strategic plan framework to advance it to take place on September 27th, 2022.
any comments or questions? Councillor Fogt?
Will this be a day meeting or will this be an evening meeting?
A day meeting.
Okay, thank you.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kim. Exciting information.
You bet.
Okay, moving on to our point number 3 under staff reports for information, which is the civic site, which is a subdivision of 20 acres of recreation lands presented by Joel Mercer, our team lead from planning in the city of Chesterton. Good morning, Joel.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, councilors. My name is Joel Mercer, team lead of the planning department here, to provide a brief update on the current status of the subdivision for the 20 acres designated for recreation and civic center. So back in late 2021, the project was effectively canceled to sort of shift the priority and reimagine that site. But as the subdivision process can still carry on, administration has been conducting the necessary steps to ensure that the ownership is transferred to the city. At this point in time, we've conducted our circulation. The tentative plan is in place. We are working towards conditional approval and ultimately an endorsement package that would then be submitted to land titles. There are a number of legal agreements that need to be negotiated and executed with the current landowner, and they are also very keen on understanding what the vision is for this land since the cancellation of the previous project. And so a meeting is being scheduled possibly next week to discuss what the future for these lands are and how that fits into the current recreational framework. I did not see any specific mention of this site in the previous strategic priorities, so I would be very interested to learn what the future of these lands are.
Great. Well, thanks very much. It's a very exciting project. Councilor, are there any questions for Joel? Councilor Vogt?
Joel, would you like to make sure that that's brought forward into our workshop and our strategic planning? Because I think that's very important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Council? So the next steps, Joel, that we're looking at is, as you've indicated here, is to proceed to registration of land titles once the endorsement package is complete.
That's correct.
Okay, that's excellent. We're very excited about moving this project forward, along with obviously its sister or brother, the high school site.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, that's excellent. If there's no further questions, Councillor Fung?
Through the mayor to Joel. Do we have a timeline as to when that'll all be finished?
As I indicated, there are a number of legal agreements that we need to negotiate with the current landowner. As far as the timeline, we're looking to set up a meeting next week with the ownership group and sort of hammer out a timeline for establishing those caveats and agreements on title. But also a big component is the future vision for the site.
Excellent. If I could get a motion to accept this presentation as information.
Sure.
Vote.
I make a motion that we receive this presentation as information, please.
Any comments or questions? Councillor Dean?
Thank you. I had a question for Joel to clarify. Sorry, right before that motion was made.
Go ahead.
So now I feel like we're out of order.
No, we're not.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So through the mayor to Joel, sorry, so to clarify then, do we need to have that vision piece done before the legal agreements? Like, is that going to impact the legal agreements, or the legal agreements will get, like, does one come first or they, no?
I would say that one relies on the other.
Okay.
I would say that the legal technical elements are an issue on their own, but also the future development of the site is critical to the ultimate transfer of ownership.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, Joel.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to number 4, which is the Federal Provincial Transportation Grants for Roads and Bridges, presented by Ann Tai, Financial Services Manager in the City of Chestermere. Good morning, Ann.
Good morning, Council Mayors. Today, I just want to provide a list of grants that the city can use for road and bridge. The first two grant is MSI grant and community building grant that will be, it used to be a federal gas tax grant. These two grants are, we can use that for road and bridge, and these are all allocated grants. So that means that the funding will send to the CD every year, as long as we comply all the report. So this grant right now, we are holding 15 million in MSI grant and roughly 5 million for community building grant. And then if we have a project related to road and bridge, all we have to do is submit the application to make sure that we spending on eligible project. So those are provincial grant. And the next grant is called Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Grant. It's called STIP grant. These grants are for also for road and bridge, but these are not allocated grant. We have to compete with others, and this is not 100%. So the provincial will, if we succeed with our application, the provincial will provide us with 75% cost of the project, and the CD has responsible for 25%. The application process is like we have to send in the proposal and waiting for and compete with others. So it's not a guarantee that we will get the application. So we have to really have the strong business case to them. And according to my research, the application are open until November 30th for each year. And this is applied for next year. The next two programs are the federal grant called Building Canada. Building Canada is not real, same with other grants. We have to send in the business case, and normally we have to partner with the builders or any business. And then the FCM, Federation of Canada Municipality. So those are smaller grants, and sometimes it's just a loan to the city if they have a project. And these two grants, we have to have the strong business case in order to get approved, and it's also depend on the federal and provincial budget too. Yeah. So those are the list of grants that I know of, and
Any questions?
yes.
Thank you very much. That's very exciting information. On the federal program, do you have any other parameters around that? Do they supply, like, for example, a 3-to-1 ratio or 75%, for example? And is there a maximum they go up to, or what kind of projects it would be relating to?
Yes, they have a variety of projects.
Okay.
And like for storm, water, sewer, bridge, and all we have to do is build a strong business case with that. So for example, in the past, we have the grant for Township 240 that were 30% of federal grant, 30% from provincial, and the rest will be from the city. So we did have one before.
Okay. So do you believe, or maybe check in and get back to us, does that apply to recreation and sportsplexes and just plain infrastructure?
No, they also apply for recreation also, because on the topic where it says road and bridge, so I just focus on road and bridge part, but they do support for recreation, like building the recreation centers.
That's exceptional. Yeah, we've got a lot coming forward, obviously. So that's great to hear that.
And then also there are special grant for recreation too. So I will do some more research, and maybe next time I will come back with those. Yeah.
Any comments, Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, thank you, Ann, but, I guess the question is, like, it's for information here today. But what would you need from council and is administration in a position to, submit an application for the November 30th? Do we have enough detail to support building the business case? And, does that require a resolution by us, or is that something that administration would, just do naturally?
No, the process for apply for MSI and federal gas tax communication, building grant is much easier. We just follow the capital, budget. As long as council already approve the capital budget, I will proceed with the grant application, make sure it's eligible spend. But the other grant, we need to build a strong business case, so we need a lot of info. The first step is to get council to, the first step is to identify the project, and we ask council to approve for us to submit the application. Then we go back and build the business case, and we submit it to the grant funder, and we continue to provide council with the progress of the review. So it will be a lot of work, and then to build a strong business case, we need to have a detailed plan of the project. So usually last time we have the grant writer to write the project, or the department to write the business case, because with finance we can only help tracking the money. We don't have the knowledge to build a strong case to do the application, but we will work together with department to complete the financial part.
Councillor Dean?
Through the mayor, I guess this would actually be to Kim. Do we have a professional grant writer, or do we have someone that does that on our staff team currently? Especially on these ones that we have to be competitive with. Like, it's speaking from experience, it is an art form, right? Writing grants, right? And there are people that do that for a living. So
Through the mayor to council, it's interesting you're asking this, because we are actually just talking about this last week, which is we put out a job application
Oh, awesome.
for a grant writer
Awesome.
and others.
And Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I guess my question goes, are we in a position from, and I guess this becomes from the planning and growth department, do we have sufficient information on the project that we can, pass that information off to a grant writer to actually make the request? And then the second question is, because these twinning of the roads and the bridge were in our capital plan, in our long-range capital plan, is that sufficient? Or because next year's budget has not been set by council yet, do we have to specifically say, hey, if providing we can get a grant, right, then we'll include it in the budget. And if we don't get the grant, then we'll deal with our other priorities at the time.
To answer your question, because the twinning of the bridge and the road was already on the capital budget. I already submit the grant application to MSI or MSI grant, and then if we got the grant from the one that we compete with, then we will switch from MSI to the other grant. So that way we secure the funding for the approved capital project.
Yeah, there's numerous projects we've got the bridge across the lake, we've got the twinning of the bridges down at Rainbow Road, dredging, sportsplex, recreation center expansion. There's a lot of projects that we're working on at the same time. Councillor Pope?
I understood, through the mayor to Ann, I understood that there was a bunch of money already given to the bridge and the twinning of Chestnut Boulevard already.
Yes, when we took over the Highway 1A, the provincial already give us some money to use to rebuild the bridge. Right now, it's in the restricted surplus. We keep it aside for like a special project restricted surplus.
Councillor Watt, sorry?
Through the chair too, and can you confirm if these grant funds are contingent on audited financial statements?
Yes, it's audit grant. What the detail on that? What is the amount that we currently have? What we spend on it is audit and is included in the financial statement. Nope. Yeah.
So we do have audited financial statements.
We're not fully committed yet, but it's in there.
Okay.
I have the draft, and then we but then when you look back every year, we have the section related to grant.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Funk?
Through the mayor to Ann, I'm assuming that the original grant then for that money would have had, a framework or requirements around it as far as timeline in order to, for the funds to be allocated. Was there a time frame that the project had to be completed by or started by
For the what kind of grant?
for the twinning of Chestermere Boulevard and the bridge?
So according to the capital plan, I think we start in 22 and continue until the next 3 years. So I put in the time frame like 3 years, but if we not complete, we can always extend it to a few more years. Yeah.
So,
And then the grant is, the MS grant is coming to the end, I think next year, and then we will carry over to the next new grant. And that will mean we have another 5 year time frame to spend the money.
okay, so we have to reapply in order to?
No, all we have to do is send in the revision or the extend, the project extends.
Councillor Dean?
Through the mayor to Ann, further to Councillor Hanlon's point, because I had a similar thought. Do we know what that time frame is? If we were to apply for the November 30, what the approval time frame is after that?
Usually 3 months, 3 months to 6 months for the federal to review. But we can always check on the progress of the application. Based on my past experience with that, they send us a notification that we accept your grant application, and they also send us another email or letter say it's in the process, and we will let you know the result by the what day. Yeah. And then if they reject, they also send us another letters.
Councillor Dean?
Sorry, so just as a follow-up to that, because, so if it's 2 or 3 months, if we apply November 30th, we're looking at here, November 30th, 2022, we're looking then at hearing back in February of 23. Does that mean that we have to spend in 23 or spend by the end of 24?
No, it depends on our application.
Oh,
So
okay.
if our project is multi-years, then we state it on the business case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. No further questions. If I could get a motion to accept Ann's presentation for information. Councillor Fogt?
Make the motion that we accept, Ann's presentation as information.
Okay, any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, Ann. We'll definitely be paying attention to this one. Okay, moving on to item number 5, storm ponds usage, which is pages 13 and 14, presented by Cam Wong, our interim CAO from Community Operations, City of Chestermere. Good morning, Cam.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Here to provide an update on storm ponds for recreational use. Since my staff, self included, we're not part of this initially, we can start with the background of what's in place today. So bylaw number 001-21 was created in January of 2021 stating storm ponds and accompanying storm management infrastructure not designed for recreational purposes. January 2021 statement from the city was issued regarding stormwater pond enforcement. November 1st, 2021, Resolution 21-409. Mayor's Task Force was created with the purpose of reviewing the viability and safety of recreational facilities on storm ponds. December 21, 2021, Resolution 21-524, directed administration to test the ice thickness of storm ponds with the exception of ponds in Kinningburg to collect data regarding the safety and feasibility of recreational use on storm ponds. Fire crews performed this service in late 2021 till early 2022 until resources were no longer available. End of 21, signage was updated to read stormwater management facility, water and ice contact prohibited. November, December of 21, presentation were done by fire service explaining storm pond operations, the unpredictability and risk associated with using storm ponds for recreational use. Late 21, reviewed examples of Western Canada communities prohibiting recreational use on storm ponds, and then early 2022, investigated Western Canada communities that permitted recreational use on storm ponds. Administration has two options to go forward. Option one would be conduct additional risk assessments, although the results and opinions are unlikely to change. Review storm ponds operations to try to determine if additional engineered controls can be added to eliminate or reduce the risk. And continue to research communities in Western Canada who prohibit or permit recreational use on those ponds. I'm sure that ratio will not change. There'll either be more that allow it or don't allow it than that do. And so I don't feel that information will give you any more information than you currently have today. So I would think the best option would be option number 2, which would be review each storm management facility independently to determine if any may have a lower risk. Research data from our engineering and stormwater departments, along with support from community safety to help identify depth of ponds, flow rates, eliminating storm management facilities with pump outs due to increased risk. Inlets and outlet areas can be roped off to not allow accessibility due to the higher risk in those areas, and some sites may be easier to manage than others. Procedures for testing ice with such unpredictability. How do we test without making it look like a Swiss cheese? And then time of the year that storm management facilities may be considered a lower risk. For example, end of December to mid-February. Education, awareness, and process, how we manage and communicate updates to the public, signage, and identifying inlet and outlet areas, and flag system for status and social media updates. So the next steps would be to bring to council presentation with this updated information for October 18th council meeting. At that point, if more time is required for questions or additional information, administration could come back to council on November 1st or 8th, allowing you time to make a decision before you get busy with the 2023 budget reviews. So as not to overpromise, right? You may discover that this new information is still inconclusive and doesn't give you more information than you currently have, or we might not be able to find some of the records on the depth of some of the ponds. Happy to take any questions you may have.
Thanks, Cam. Is it possible for us to get, I think you might have mentioned this, but get the data so we can review it?
That's the point. So I would be coming up, should we show you all the depths of the 10 existing ponds that are there? If we have it, to understand what the depth of that data, of the depth of those ponds are, where the inlets and outlets are, if we can safely rope them off, possibly.
And this indicates that we did testing on ice thickness. So can we have that data
Yep,
too?
you sure can.
Okay.
Fire department was, so that they recorded some of that information, but some of that staff has changed over there, so they were searching for it when I was talking to them last week, but we should be able to find something.
Okay. Councillor Vogt.
So Mayor, Cam, were we doing, water testing on the storm ponds, also, just to see if it'd be safe enough to, that people canoe in it or, stuff like that?
We have those, we've been taking water samples, and so we do have those samples, and we can provide those to you as well. Currently, right now, though, are not safe for entry.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hanley?
I guess there's been some discussion about the quality of the water in the various ponds and aerating it, just putting in pumps and spraying it up, which would improve the quality of the water. And you had mentioned that we would look at each pond on a sort of case-by-case basis going forward. I understand the biggest challenge there is electrical to the places. Some areas have underground sprinkler systems in place, so there is power available, but would that affect the outcome? Because if I recall correctly, a lot of the concerns over the ice dealt with not only the thickness, but the quality of the water, the contaminants in the water.
You're correct. One of the questions, one of the challenges we have is some of the flows are not done properly. If you look at the one on Chestermere and Invermere Boulevard, that doesn't flow properly. You have one side that actually is clear right now today and another side that's not, right? So, and we are looking at potentially adding an aerator there as well. It has been chemically treated. We are seeing some results, but not positive enough that you can actually go into that water. So,
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, so if we look in conjunction on storm ponds with the idea of, eventually being able to use them for recreational purposes, could, that whole project be handled as a group, saying like, okay, if we're going to aerate the water and circulate, we're going to get better quality water that maybe in 1 or 2 years from now, then you'll be able to put your kayak or your, whatever you want in the canal or on the pond, and that would be acceptable. So you'd have some summer recreation, but then possibly, is it like 2 or 3 years out that all of a sudden now the quality of the water is such that during the winter time when it freezes, we can allow skating. Like if that is the ultimate goal, are we going to look at these things on a long-term basis and says, well, how could we get there? What are the incremental steps that we would take?
through the Mayor, Councilor Hanley, yes, we can absolutely look at every one of those options to try to see where it is. I'm not sure that when you look at some of the runoff, though, it's a lot of it's contaminants. If you have salt and everything else going in there, it's hard to control what some of those runoffs may be or the contaminants going into those storm ponds. So we can only control what's currently in there and how to treat it. We can't control what's going into it, obviously, but definitely look at every option that's available that's out there.
Councillor Dean?
Sorry. Faked me out there.
Exactly.
One way and said the other.
Right.
Wow, I felt like I just got geeked in hockey. Sorry, through the mayor, they can't throw me off. The last sentence here says testing the ice thickness may increase city liability. I know that one of our priorities has been to get skating back on the ponds because it happened here for years. Is the converse of that not also true? Like, isn't liability, my best understanding of the liability is you demonstrate that you have done everything that a reasonable person would expect to have been done to forego liability. So while it may increase, wouldn't the converse also be true? So I would like to see, as we're doing this, like, what is the, how do we best mitigate that liability? Because I think for myself, a blanket bylaw right now for all of them, I'm not in support of, but I certainly want to see a risk assessment for liability. Now that there is a bylaw, how do we best mitigate that on both sides?
Through the Mayor, Councillor Dean, I think that's one of the biggest challenges because it's so unpredictable underneath there. If you were to drill a hole at 20 meters and then go even 5 meters past that, there's no guarantee that that's what it is underneath there. That was some of the challenges.
Thank you.
You may actually be issuing a false sense of security if we said it's safe to go on there and as I indicated earlier, unless we're going to drill holes like Swiss cheese, it may be very difficult to determine exactly how to do that. But we can look at some good best practices. Lacombe, for example, they actually do that. They post. So maybe there's some great examples that we can use from them. Those are great strategies or methods that they actually have.
Thank you for that clarity. I appreciate it.
Now, we have specific experience from last year. So this is the first time that the city, or one of the first times anyways, our city's allowed people to skate on these ponds. So how was our last year?
We can bring that forward as well on the 18th.
Because I don't remember hearing of any incidents.
No, I actually went through and actually fired for logs, and I believe there was one incident in 2021 and nothing in 2022 at that point.
Yeah, and that particular pond you're talking about, we did restrict access to that pond.
That was Kinningburg, correct?
Yeah. And so I heard, from what I understood, it went extremely well, which is great.
So we can also bring that forward on the 18th as well with any potential issues that have happened over the last 24 months.
Now, just speaking to Councillor Hanley's point, in regards to the storm ponds, I have had some history with storm ponds and raw water ponds, bigger ones, like 40 feet deep, around 30 acres. And we had them a lot of algae in it. So it was very green. And when we put big fountains in them, 2 big fountains, that they were able to circulate that water to crystal clear within, I want to say it was under a month. So it was very quick. And so the quality, which we did testing at the time, went from not great with the amount of algae, and then completely to, crystal clear, which was fantastic. And I'd like to see what that might accomplish in our ponds here in Chesterfield, because aeration does really help.
And we're looking into it right now.
Okay, great. Councillor Funk? Vote.
Now you're really throwing me out.
That's okay. That way.
Exactly.
Mayor to Cam, are you looking at solar, to create the, energy for the fountains, or for the aeration? Or are you you're going to tie it to direct power?
Yeah, through the mayor to councillor to deputy mayor vote. We've looked at the solar issue. It's not necessarily more of an aerator. It's more like a bubbler. It doesn't have the power to actually make it. An aerator is more of like a bubbler. So
Yeah.
we do have that option, but I don't think that will accomplish what we're looking for.
Okay.
Great. Councillor Fogt?
Follow-up question. Have you considered, like just for a test on that, west part, pond on Invermere that you've treated, have you considered throwing a 2-inch, Honda pump and a hose in it and just turn it on and circulate it?
Yep.
Have you considered that?
We have not at this time considered that. We did look at potentially putting a portable generator there, but obviously we'll have to make sure it's not too noisy for the public. But we're
Right.
also looking at all the options. Maybe we can put enough solar bubblers in there to actually get what we're looking for as well.
Yeah.
We'll research everything possible.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'd also recommend speaking with special projects. They brought forward a map that we were talking about, and they brought forward that there's also should be power on that site.
There is power on that site. It's by the gazebo, but that's,
okay.
it's too far away from the ponds that we're trying to treat. So
Oh, I see. By the gazebo, okay. All right, are there any other questions, Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, one other question, and this may be a point of order, maybe considering we're talking about storm ponds, is, I've heard a lot of people complaining about the surrounding areas around the storm ponds now, like we let them get pretty unruly. Is there, opportunity as we look at this going forward, that we also include that in the analysis of what could we do to make them, a little more hospitable towards the people that back on them?
we can certainly look into that.
Councillor Watt?
Through the chair to City Director Cam, now that we're on the topic of aeration and fountains, I live in Kinnenberg, and I just wanted to point out that when we originally bought in Kinnenberg, the developer had water fountains listed as a feature in the Kinnenberg store pond. And I know that pond in particular has had some challenges. It's had an incident back in 2021. I'm wondering if that promise can be made whole in collaboration with Councillor Hanley's comment. Is there any way to look into whether aeration, some form of aeration or a fountain, just to make that pond not only potentially maybe a little bit safer, but it is quite unsightly, and I've received some comments from the general public in regards to that pond.
Through the mayor to councillor, well, yes, we can definitely look into it. It's not an issue.
Thank you.
With that, Cam, I've also heard some commentary in regards to the fescue grass and whatnot that surrounds the ponds. That if that is something that we can allow it to be cut either by residents or B by city staff. I understand that it is allowed, but something that we've kept as fescue, which has caused some challenges now that we're getting invaded by foxtail grasses and foxtail, etc., which is so damaging to pets and whatnot. And those areas are very pretty, but as soon as you have the fescue grass there, you can't get too close, obviously, or you can't use them even to sit on, not necessarily to swim, but.
We can review everything, as far as like regulations and all the stuff that goes with that. No problem.
Great, thank you. Council, any other questions for City Director Cam? Okay, with that, if I can get a motion to accept Cam's presentation for information. Councillor Funk?
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the stormwater pond usage presentation as information.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Cam. All right, moving on to number 6, which is page 15, all-season city property maintenance information. Again, presented by Cam Wong.
So morning again, we'd like to request council to investigate complaints brought forward to community operations on maintenance issues that may require attention, develop solutions to address these concerns. Facility team will create a report and bring back to council on October the 11th with their findings and to address these issues. This will cover ice buildup, weed control, exposed rebar, and removal of materials around city buildings. So looking for council's permission to do that investigation.
Councillor Funk.
Quick question through the mayor to Cam, or do we not already have a process in place for investigating or following up on complaints of this nature?
We do to some degree, probably not formal, so we'll probably bring formal process forward. We don't have anything completely written in formal policy at this point.
Yeah, I think we absolutely need something formal. So, follow-up question from me?
Councillor Funk.
What can we do to assist you in getting that formalized?
Through the mayor to Council Funk, nothing. We can actually bring it forward when we bring out the presentation forward, and then we can look at it at that point, make sure that you guys are comfortable with it before we proceed.
Councillor Hanley.
And just a quick thought, in conjunction with Councillor Funk's comment, if there's an official process, perhaps when you come back, you can explain what that official process is for us and the community. And I suspect that the community would like, because maybe there's an opportunity to liaison with corporate services and as questions come or common frequently asked questions, that can be put on the website and passed back to the community so people will have a place of where to go, where to find out, understand there's a channel, you'll get your question answered and then communicated back out to, because other people may have the exact same question, but don't know or what the process is and how to deal with it.
Cam, is there any way that we can identify if it's possible to deal with some of these weeds like this foxtail in our parks and dog parks now at the end of the year, or does it always have to be dealt with only in the spring?
It's a great question. I can find out the answer and I can let you know.
And see if we can get ahead of it, that they've started now. Councillor Vogt.
Through the mayor to Pam. I've done some research and I made a grave error. I didn't read it as in depth as I should have. A product that would actually look after that foxtail. Grazon will not work. I do know from my background as farming, the best time to look after foxtail or thistle or whatever is in August. If you can mold the thistle and even the foxtail, if you can mow it. And I don't know if it'll work well with foxtail, but it will work with thistle. You can mow that, and if you're lucky enough to get a rain, the raindrop will actually go down inside the stem of the thistle, and it'll actually kill it. It'll cause it to rot. It'll kill the thistle. But as far as foxtail barley, I checked with some other agronomists and said, "What do you suggest?" And they said, "Well, other than Roundup, which is a glyphosate, that is the only thing, but it kills all the other grasses." So they suggested that if you're going to do it, spray it in August or whatever it may be, but then come in the fall and work the patch up and let winter kill it, and that does sometimes work. But that's some information I'd give into you,
Okay.
guys.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion on the floor to not? Okay, if we can get a motion to accept Cam's presentation for information. Councillor Hanley.
I move that council accepts the all-season city property maintenance information presentation as information.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, Cam.
Thank you.
Would you like, Councillor Cullen?
With indulgence, I wouldn't mind making another motion to support administration in developing their process, that they bring back a process in order to address public concerns in this manner.
Any comments or questions?
Yes, made the motion.
I didn't actually make, okay. I make a motion that we direct administration to develop a process to address public concerns and how to address them and follow up on those concerns.
Any
And
comments or
report back to
questions?
council.
Any comments or questions?
I think it's a great idea.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian.
You guys need a washroom break?
Sure.
Okay. We'll take a 10-minute recess at 10:56. Trying to be back here at 11:06. Thank you.
This is great.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, everyone. We're just coming back from our break, and we're just moving on to item number H, which is staff reports for decision. Our first item, pages 16 to 25, is surety bonds policy presented by Kellen Morrison, our legislative clerk from the city of Chestermere. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. How's everyone doing today? Today we will be talking about the adoption of surety bonds. So the intent of this policy was to allow developers the option to use surety bonds as a form of securities when conducting business with the city of Chestermere. This allows greater financial liberty, and developers can pick a path which is more suitable for them, depending on their needs, the size of the company, and the amount of capital they have available to them. To develop a surety bond policy that is closely aligned with the letter of credit. Another intention was to develop a surety bond policy that is closely associated with like a letter of credit. So it offers the city of Chestermere the same level of protection as a letter of credit does, but allows the developer greater freedom of choice. And in addition, this policy is to establish guidelines for securities, just to allow for greater transparency and kind of let a developer know what conditions they need to make, when we can release the bond, and stuff like that. So background and research. Back in 2019, Calgary became the first large Canadian municipality to adopt surety bonds as a form of security. Since then, there's been a plethora of municipalities in Alberta and the rest of Canada that have adopted them. When developing this policy, I consulted with individuals from the private sector and looked at the policy from the following municipalities, but not limited to them: Calgary, Edmonton, Cochrane, Hamilton, and a small municipality very similar in size to Chestermere as Bracebridge, which is in Ontario. So here's like just a difference between surety bonds and letter of credit. Surety bonds are a three-party agreement between the city, developer, and a surety bond company. A developer has greater access to their capital. This allows for a greater diversity of developers because, let's say, developer needs to put $1 million down in a letter of credit. Most developers can't do that except for big ones. So this allows for like kind of medium and small ones, which also would help reduce costs on certain projects. The bond in the case of default is paid out by the surety company, not the developer itself. Letters of credit, a two-party agreement between the city and developer. The capital is used in the letter of credit is restricted or tied up. It cannot be used for other purposes, i.e. paying employees, starting new projects, buying something. Restricts the diversity of the developer due to the developer having to put their full sum into the letter of credit before the project begins. So I developed a guideline adopting a lot of pieces here and there from other cities and municipalities to kind of make a guideline that I think would be restrictive, but also gives enough freedom to developers and would ensure that the city of Chestermere is protected in case of default. I'll just go over them really quickly. A surety bond shall be issued by a Canadian surety provider having a minimum credit AA. That's kind of just my placeholder. Every rating company uses their own difference. In the policy itself, I kind of go over certain surety bond insurance companies. But I also have the caveat that they have to be like internationally recognized and, have some credit towards them. Surety bond must be issued by a Canadian insurance institution or a Canadian financial institution that meets the previous requirement. Must be stated in Canadian dollars. Shall be unconditional, irrevocable, and payable at sight. The terms of the surety bond must match the terms of the applicable servicing agreement. Expiry date must fall on a weekday, which is not a statutory holiday. The surety provider is responsible for the security, maintenance, and validity of the surety bond. The developer bond must be in a form in content acceptable to the city and must complete and submit the City of Chestermere surety bond application form, which is part of the agenda policy. This also breaches, so minor breaches would be failure to submit any of the following prior to the conditional precedent dates, security, inspection fees, insurance, commencement of instruction prior to the submission of the conditions precedent items required as per these guidelines. Major breaches of securities, which would commencement of construction prior to the approval of administration and council, failure to comply construction within the timeline set out in the servicing agreement, failure to apply to the construction completion certificate or final acceptance certificates within the set out of the servicing agreement, failure to substantially complete an roadway such that is to open and operate traffic within the timeline set in the servicing agreement, failure to renew the security if in the form of letter of credit in accordance with terms and servicing agreement, failure to renew insurance coverage in accordance with the terms of servicing agreement. So for this policy, there are a couple of things that I would like council to provide input. These are not within my authority to decide, so I was hoping I could have a little more clarity or insight on these. The first one, in the agreement, there's a section for releasing the securities, either in full or partially. This was adopted from the City of Edmonton's surety bond agreement, and I was just wondering if you want to like fiddle with the numbers. Like some of them are very specific, like 5% in category A or 15 in category 2, and there's certain dollar amounts. And I was hoping I could get some clarity either from council or administration on these numbers, because they kind of, were just there, and I kind of just adopted them. Joint ventures. Two companies can kind of come together and form an agreement to work on a project together. We do have a stipulation that developers using multiple company names to sign their agreement may be considered as one developer as the discretion of administration and or council. And that's kind of like the operative portion that I was looking for insight. Is this something that council would like administration to solely take on, or would council like to give permission on this as well, just to kind of like clear things up, just to make sure there's not too many people making decisions here. And then retroactively applying surety bond agreements to current developments going on. This is something, once again, administration and or council can decide, but I just kind of want further clarity, just so greater transparency for developers, and to make sure that this policy is more robust and once again more transparent. So recommendations: A, give first and second reading to this policy as presented. B, give first and second reading to this policy as amended. And then C, does not give first and second reading to this policy. Questions?
Oh, that's great. That's great. Thank you very much for that. So you would like us to talk in regards to, what were your three topics again? Joint ventures, releasing security,
and retroactively applying. I must admit, now being up at the podium, releasing securities is probably a lot more difficult to do on the fly, but we could direct administration to kind of look more into this, just because it's kind of hard to come up with percentages and dollar amounts depending on that are conditional. So
now this is what you have here, though, is based on what Edmonton has done?
Correct.
Okay. In my past, I've used, a long time ago, I've used surety bonds often in development with Calgary. And it's pretty straightforward. There's not much to it. But
exactly
what you're concerned about is the financial certainty of the company you're getting the bond from, which, as you've mentioned, AA and above is the same thing we had to use as well. Are there any other comments or questions from council? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, on the three particular topics, like the joint ventures of having multiple companies that are working together, I believe as long as the bond identifies each of those company names, then they're included, they're a part of that contract. So I don't see that really being an issue. Releasing the securities is, we're basically following the same pattern of what we would do with the letter of credit, so I don't see any particular concerns there. Retroactively applying security bonds, that one's a little bit more unique. We have, if somebody's basically saying, I've got a deposit now, I'd like to swap it out for something, right? That is probably more of a debatable issue of, because that creates an additional administrative burden on the city.
Exactly.
To go through something that's already been done. We've done it once and it's going to cost us to do it again. So I'm not necessarily against it, but why should the city be out any money for doing something like that? Maybe there should be a fee applied to them. If you want to do that, then, you know, you're swapping out one security for another, then you're going to pay the administrative burden that you place on the city for doing so, because we shouldn't place it on the taxpayers. Those are just my comments on the three.
Yeah, so you're talking in the last part, retroactively applying security bond agreements, again, as Councillor Hanley was mentioning, is that you perceive that people would want to swap from their existing lines of credit, et cetera?
It's just like as an option. I did see in my research, some allow it, some don't.
Yeah.
Some of the bigger cities like Edmonton and Calgary do not, just because it's, I think, too much of an administrative cost. We're talking about multi-million-dollar projects, and I think that's just too much of a hassle. But like smaller places might kind of are more accepting of it. I just didn't want to make a decision on behalf of council and administration, so I kind of left it up to council.
Yeah, it would get more challenging as you're getting further on in the project. What I've seen in the past, but you typically wouldn't do it at the very end anyways, is that they would go for the full amount. So there's no looking into guessing about what's the value today. And, you know, it's like, if you really want to do this as a developer, that's fine, but it's got to be the full amount that you're initially going for. And then you start following the standard releasing of securities at various stages, which, you know, these security release points are significant points. So this is when you've got final acceptance certificates or final completion certificates. So this is at the end of these projects, right? So these are held for a long time while these projects are going through. They're not really going through it and identifying, well, there's 20% left or there's 60% left. They're not really doing that according to this, what we've got here. And that's what I experienced as well. You always want to make sure you've got the coverage, right? And that's the point of it. And it's, from a cost perspective, it's advantageous to a developer, which is good because they're investing in our community and we want to encourage them to do so. But at the same time, we can't ever lose.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that's why that higher value is acceptable. And we wouldn't agree to less. You just don't do it that way. Councillor Funk?
Through the mayor to Callum. Just a quick question, maybe a follow on. Did you happen to put this through legal just for review, just to make sure that the wording and everything's?
I did not. For transparency, last week this was I was told to present, so I didn't have time to go through legal. But I do recommend probably put it through legal though.
Yeah, no, for sure. We would get the final review done through legal for sure. From the joint venture side of things, again, you're buying the surety bond, which is what the guarantee is. So it's based on the project. So it's very straightforward in regards to that. And releasing of securities, as I mentioned before, it's done after all your completion certificates are verified. So there's no more risk anymore once you've got that. So it's a good job. Edmonton did a good job. You did a good job. So that's great. And as mentioned before by Councillor Funk, I think the last step we would do now is try and potentially get a motion from council to proceed, subject to legal review. These are normal process. Councillor Funk?
I would suggest we do first reading today and with a request for legal review. And we can do second and third, or we can do first and second with the legal review to do third at another date.
So this, just to be sure, so does the policy require 3 readings?
So they're requesting first and second today?
Yeah.
No,
Sorry.
yeah, policy, not a bylaw.
So although it's not a bylaw, we're still looking at first and second and third, just because it is going to be a policy. There's a few things that I overheard or that I was listening today. One is about, if somebody wants to switch out a bond, we'd have to actually look at maybe putting that something in our master rates bylaw as well. Because if we're going to pass on a cost to a developer, then we want to come up with a cost, it's in our master rates bylaw, what somebody's going to actually pay.
A fee, yeah.
The second thing is because this is kind of new to all developers and the city council, except yourself, Mayor Colvin. We were looking really at first and second reading, just of a policy that was actually in place, just for clarity and assurity. So some of the, talking with Lead Services and Kellen about developing this, as I directed it, asked for first and second. We talked about then sending it to legal and then coming back just to third what was actually with legal. So even though it's not a bylaw, we just wanted to go through those processes, not just for council, but administration and the public, and developers, just to show that what we were doing.
Okay, so we'll have three reading process. You're looking for two today, subject to, as Councillor Funk had mentioned, a legal review, and then coming back with that information at a third,
Correct.
the
And
next
then-
council meeting.
Correct. And then if there's any legal review, it'd be a red-lined version for what legal is saying. And then at that time, a third, we can amend. Or if you want just today, you can get first, we can send it off to legal and then go second, third at another time. It's really up to council.
Now, as has been brought forward, that there might be some further investigation into potentially fees that might be charged for people that may look to swap at a certain point in time. I didn't want to delay this process, so is that something that, depending on, I don't want to rush you doing that either because it's important. Can that be added at a future time does it have to do another 3 readings or by an amendment or?
No, it'll be just by an amendment.
Okay. Okay, great. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Hanlon?
How do we refer to this? Because there's no policy number or bylaw number.
Could be the surety policy. So we didn't want to give it a policy number yet. We weren't sure really where council was going with this, but besides some grammar errors and giving it a policy number, we just refer to it as the surety bond guidelines policy rate.
Surety bonds policy?
Yes.
Okay. And you're looking for first and second reading with a legal review? And do you want a motion or to investigate the fees, or is that something you do on your own? Or
No, I think it's something. It was in the policy here, and it's something that would have to be put into the master rates bylaw as well. So it'd be an automatic put into the master rates bylaw.
so is that a motion that we require, though?
It'd be not today. It would be when it would be brought back to council when you're voting
final
on
reading. Okay.
when you're voting also on the master rates bylaw would be in there to be identified.
Oh, okay. Okay, sounds great. Thank you very much. Councillor Hanley?
I'll make the motions if we can just back up to the screen or we go.
This one or?
No, the one where you said
recommendations,
your options for the motions. Okay, I move that council give first reading to the City of Chestermere surety bonds policy as presented.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I move that council give second reading to the City of Chestermere surety bonds policy as presented.
Any comments or questions? Councillor Dean?
Isn't that where we wanted to add a bond legal review?
I think Blaine's gonna add that right after this.
As a friendly?
We can do it as a.
can do it.
Okay, how about I'll just state it.
Okay.
The council give second reading to the City of Chestermere surety bonds policy, subject to legal review.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. I guess that's it all. Thank you very much. Great presentation. All right, well, let's move forward on to our next item, which is item number 2, which is our dog park under staff reports for a decision, presented by Kim Wallace, Acting City Director of Corporate Services.
To the mayor and council, I'd like to invite Deputy Mayor Vogt to join me. Hello. Okay. So I am speaking on behalf of Deputy Mayor Fote, as per his request. So I will just begin. And I will be speaking as he. So today, I'm here today as a resident to offer our volunteer organization, the Chestermere Community Therapy Dog, spearhead the development of the Steve King Dog Park. Our volunteer group would like to get the city's dog park project going as it was passed on April 9th, 2022, and it is still not started. At the time the project was passed, the city set aside a budget of $196,000 for this project. Sorry, not viewing very well. To begin, we have priced out materials and we would only use $40,000 of the city budget. We also expect to receive additional discounts from the suppliers of the materials, but most of the cost savings will come from the labor which residents are donating. In addition, Chestermere Community Therapy Dogs will donate money to build the agility toys in the park. However, I know that there may be gravel and garbage cans that are needed for the dog park. At this point, we're unsure of those costs, but we are certain the city's budget will be able to cover these additional costs. If staff wish to be involved, they're more than welcome. To get started, we are asking the city to drag the area and fill in the holes, and then next spring eradicate the gophers. If the city trucks are too busy this fall, we can wait for the gravel until the spring. We also feel the residents' open house should go ahead as planned on the 27th. We are hoping to get started after the open house. That is our proposal today. Do you have any questions?
So essentially what you're saying is that the Chestermere Therapy Dogs is requesting to make the Paradise Road Dog Park a community project?
Yes.
That is correct.
Okay.
We're having a board meeting and they will be, voting to go forward with that.
Do you want to come speak here?
I've met with Rob, and he is a person that's going to spearhead this. And he said that he is taking it to his community therapy dogs. They're having a meeting this week, but he didn't see there'd be any problem with that.
Okay, so do you know Rob's last name?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay, so Rob from Community Therapy Dogs is looking to spearhead the project, and to make the Paradise Road Dog Park the first, or a community project.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the Lions will also be involved in it, and I'm sure the Rotary will too.
It's exciting. Councillor, are there any questions or comments? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I guess just for clarity, so what you're looking for is, out of the city had budgeted 196, as you quoted the number, that was for 3 dog parks. And, we were down to doing 1 as a pilot project. So what you're looking for is roughly 40,000 from the city for the materials, plus whatever in addition the city provides for garbage cans and stuff like that.
That's correct.
Later, and you will ultimately build the park this fall, and the city would come back, I guess, in the spring and do the finishing parts. And the donations that would come from all the various nonprofits are for the amenities inside the dog park. Did I get it all right, or is it not?
You did. Like the Lions donated $5,000 towards this project right off the hop, and Rotary they haven't came up with a number yet, but the Chestermere Therapy Dogs are also going to donate money towards the project, and we'd like to use that money that has been raised to put up an agility course within the dog park. And so that is the plan. And I gave Cameron Wong this morning a preliminary kind of sketch, hand sketch of what the plan is. and the cost breakdown of what has happened. And correct me if I'm not wrong, Cam, but I think I did pencil in gravel and, two types of gravel that could be put down in the parking lot and stuff like that.
I can confirm administration had received that sketch this morning. We obviously haven't had a chance to review it, which is why this morning, so we do have a couple of questions, obviously.
You bet. But it's just that the therapy dogs, I think it was their leader, so to speak, Mr. King, that really wanted this, and originally I wanted to be involved in it. I take off my counselor hat and become a resident and help with this.
So Rob is the lead on this project from Therapy Dogs, and Therapy Dogs is looking at taking over the entire project.
Yep.
So the city of Chestermere won't be coming back. It's more that the Therapy Dogs project will be coming to council in different stages as the project goes through its stages.
That is correct.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Councillor Dean?
Yeah, thank you through the mayor to the presenters. Anything that is a grassroots and lots of community involvement is a great idea. I would like to see a presentation on paper, the drawing that City Director Cameron Wong has received. I think it would be good to see a full presentation, as would be kind of a regular process, if you will, for any of our other not-for-profits or anybody that wants to take on a community project like this, to see that done. I'm glad to hear that that the community dogs want to see the public hearing still go forward, and I would suggest that we receive a full presentation from the Chestermere Community Dogs and anybody else. Not just from Community Dogs, I changed their name, from the Community Therapy Dogs, and any of the other organizations are going to be involved in this as a presentation, as part of that presentation for council.
And I would speak to Councillor Dean and his comment on September the 27th, which is next Monday, right? The city had already planned on trying to have an open house, so to speak, to get everybody that wants to be involved in this to come and ask the questions if they think about the location and all that sort of stuff. That is, Cam's crew has done some great drawings and things like that. And they have a great presentation, and I definitely want to see that go through, because just walking around out there and stuff like that, there's lots of residents that have lots of stuff that they would like to get involved at. In fact, there were some residents said, how can I get involved to donate some money? So that's exciting.
Yeah, no, it's nice to have our community involved in projects. And obviously this type of project is relatively straightforward to become involved in. So it's a good project to catch a lot of volunteer hours.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, further to Councillor Dean's point, if the open house discussion on this is September 7th, which is next Tuesday, would they be in a position to come back, because our next council meeting is October 4th, right? And at that time, should council decide to do so, is there still sufficient time in the balance of the year for that to actually happen, or is this going to be a spring thing? Because we're talking about current year budget funds being reallocated.
Right. Well, these are just hand drawn, but we can go to Google Maps and make a good presentation. And I'm sure Cam has got some of that stuff already if it's ready to go anyway. So I've enjoyed working with Cam and Carly and Miranda on this, and it's just the therapy dogs and the residents want to get this thing going, and so that's why this is coming back to council.
So my question is there any sort of problems with that sort of time frame? Including
I will check Mr. Hanley on Councillor Hanley on that to make sure, but I don't think there'll be any problem there.
Okay. Councillor, sorry.
Administration, a couple of things. So obviously that open house must proceed because they need the approval for the location and the materials.
Yep.
And secondly, is we received approval from AltaLink for the city to do this work. So now we'll have to reach out to AltaLink and suggest that it won't be the city. So we'll need to get that timing to get that approval from AltaLink as well.
Could it be, the fact that we go back to AltaLink, could it still be a city project done by residents? I don't think that would be a problem, I didn't think.
You have any thoughts on that, Cam?
I can't speak for AltaLink, obviously, but I will have to go back. I would imagine they might have some concerns around safety and around, obviously, the city is well versed on how to do this versus possibly members of the community. So we'll have to kind of prepare them for what that means, what that looks like, and then how we're going to organize.
Which I understand Therapy Dogs has a couple leads or something that we're going to lead the project.
Yeah.
Trades
Yeah.
that we're going to lead the projects, and then volunteers that were going to support it.
Yeah.
Because that's the kind of information I think that AltaLink would want to ensure.
Yeah.
That those trades are that are leading the program. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I was thinking of, at camp, that, is there any possibility of doing this as sort of a joint venture between the city and Therapy Dogs? As in the city provides the supervision to ensure that AltaLink's concerns are addressed as the workforce or the community actually builds the park. Is there any?
Again, I don't believe that to be an issue, but we'll have to go through all the process to make sure we actually reach out to AltaLink and that they're.
Okay. So Cam, so from that, what would you like from us today? So we're coming back to council for presentation as well. We've recommended that we're coming back to council to presentation on October 4th. And in the meantime, we'll look into what you've requested with the AltaLink, and then move that process forward up through that time period.
I guess what I'm looking for is a recommendation from council that we proceed to use this as a joint venture between the residents and the city staff.
Okay.
Because I do know that there's more a concern with the liability issue, and insurance, that sort of thing. And I respect that. And if there's any way that the city's liability that could be provided, the insurance can be provided for a liability issue if there was one, then I think this is big. This has great possibilities.
Yeah, personally, I think it's good that the city is joint venturing with projects, with volunteers and non-for-profits in the community. That's what we're supposed to do. So I think this is a good venture in itself. Okay. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I would also think that this might be an opportunity to demonstrate to the community and other nonprofits of opportunities to joint venture with the city on developing amenities and stuff like that as well.
Yeah.
So it might be a good idea to take notes and do lessons learned or whatever, and share that with the various groups that may be interested in the future.
Yeah, it's great that we're a small town. We need to stretch those dollars. So volunteers are definitely appreciated and needed. Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. I echo all those sentiments that I think the concept of this is very, very strong. I also just want to make sure that as we're doing this, that anybody else that would want to do a joint venture, and I put venture and joint into one word, that anybody else that wants to do a joint venture as well, that there is a clear understanding of how that's done. So how do I get in front of council? How do I apply? How do I utilize this? Because I think there's some other projects that we could look at as well that other organizations would be more than happy to either jump on board, become involved in, those sorts of things. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on that. So again, echo, great idea. I just want to make sure that we're that everybody would have the same opportunity.
Yeah, I completely agree as well.
Thank you, Shannon. That's a great comment.
Okay, so with that, if I could get a motion to proceed with the joint venture with the city and Chestermere Community Therapy Dogs in identifying, how should we say that,
Moving forward on this.
confirming with Altalink, I guess, has to be in there, or confirming any of our challenges, Altalink insurance, plus your presentation that you'll bring back to council. Wonder if we could put that on screen. Councillor Dean?
I wonder if a motion could look something along the lines of to direct administration to work with community therapy dogs, direct administration to work with community therapy dogs on a presentation for the October 4th council meeting, addressing how it will be possible to do a joint venture between the city and Chestermere and community therapy dogs. I should have written that down as I said.
I was trying to write it
So
down.
I could say it again. Do you want me to say it again?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I say it again. Do you want me to just say it as a motion this time instead?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So, I would like to make a motion, that council direct administration, to work with community therapy dogs on a presentation for the October 4th council meeting on the possibility of a joint venture between the city of Chestermere and community therapy dogs on the creation of the dog parks, including concerns related to Altalink, safety, insurance, budget.
Fantastic.
Can you do that slower?
Done.
I do it a third time. I got it now.
Got that one almost written fully here.
You want me to go again?
Maybe one more time.
Okay. So, I'd like to make a motion that council direct administration to work with community therapy dogs on creating a presentation for the October 4th council meeting that addresses the possibility of the city of Chestermere and community therapy dogs working together for the creation of the dog park, period. Included in the presentation will be concerns related to Altalink, insurance, budget, allocation of funds, and any other concerns that come up during the course of the conversation. Cam's melding words at me.
Safety.
And safety. Thank you. How'd I do? Good, because I don't know if I can do it again.
Can I add a comment to that?
There's always video.
Altalink, insurance, budget, and safety. Altalink, insurance, budget, and safety.
And it's called Steve King Dog Park.
Is that close, Missy? Okay, could you read it back to us?
5 times go.
It's a little bit of a mess, but I brought all of the content, so I can, just. If you want me to read this back, that's.
Try and put it on the screen.
Council direct admin to work, with community dog, therapy dogs on creating presentations for October 4th council meeting. The possibility of a joint venture of the dog park presentation recommendation as presented, included in the presentation will be the content related to Altalink, liability, safety, budget, and insurance regarding Steve King dog.
I had a friendly to my own motion. Also included would be information from residents brought up at the open house.
Yep, absolutely.
Awesome. Okay.
Well done.
As long as you don't have to restate.
And
No, I could, I'm good. Got it.
just make sure you add in joint venture between the city and community therapy dogs. Yeah. Okay.
I have
That's
one
the
more
motion?
announcement if I, oh, you have to flash, sorry.
No, just a second. Any comments or questions in regards to the motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, you had a question?
Sorry, I just had one more announcement that I have to make on behalf of Deputy Mayor. I'm sorry. Because he's a resident right now. I'd also like to make an announcement, as the mayor mentioned earlier today, regarding the Chestermere Pet Value Walk happening this Sunday on September 25th. I am the coordinator of this worthwhile event and look forward to residents coming out with their dogs to show support for our dogs. I would like to share that it costs $35,000 to train one of our service dogs, and the residents of Chestermere's involvement and sponsorship really matters to our organization. Registration starts at John Peak Park at 10 a.m., and we are looking forward to seeing everyone.
Okay, thank you very much.
I would like to encourage the fire department and the police. They have an opportunity here if they would like a therapy dog, not therapy dog, but a service dog that could come along with them to different locations for trauma control. The Lions Foundation of Canada will donate dogs to that cause. It's just that they have to make that request, but that is available to them if they wish.
Yeah, we should definitely make sure that we give that information directly to them. Probably give them even a letter. And there's our fire bell. All right, thank you, everyone. We're just coming back from our false alarm on our fire alarm. We had a little service work being done on our boiler, so gets us a little, stretch our legs a little bit. So we're just coming back to our, I believe we were just ready to pass our motion, and we might need to just read it again on our dog park. So staff reports for decision.
Motion that council direct admin to work with the community therapy dogs on creating presentation for October 4th council meeting on the possibility of a joint venture with the city, included in a presentation will be the content related to Alta Link liability, safety, budget, and insurance. Also included would be information from residents from the open house regarding Steve King Dog Park.
Great, thank you. That's exceptional. A little better than what Councillor Shannon Dean did. That's good. All in favor? Carried, thank
Oh, yeah, I
you.
can't vote. Yeah, sorry.
Carried, thank you. Okay, moving on to our number 3, which is pages 26 to 54, which is the new McDonald's considering coming into the town center, which is being presented by Jordan Furness, our senior planner with growth and infrastructure from the city. Pages 26. Good morning, Jordan.
Morning, everyone. Good afternoon, I guess.
Noon, I guess.
Yeah. All right, so let's get this presentation up here. And yes, so we are, the city has received a development permit application for a new McDonald's restaurant. We do have a representative from the applicant team here if you have any questions. So the applicant is IBI Group, and they are looking at putting the McDonald's in the town center. So you can see the red mark on the diagram there, which is a currently vacant site at 135 Chestermere Station Way, so just south of the Safeway grocery store. Other adjacent uses include banks, parking lot, and as mentioned, the grocery store. This is a fairly standard McDonald's restaurant that proposes indoor and outdoor seating as well as a dual lane drive-through. So in terms of the guiding documents, we reviewed the application against the Chestermere's Municipal Development Plan, the Westmere Area Structure Plan, and the Westmere Stage 3 Outline Plan, as well as the Land Use Bylaw. And we believe that subject to one variance, it does meet the intent of the policy plans as well as the requirements of the Land Use Bylaw. So this is a couple of visuals of the proposed restaurant. So on top, the south elevation, which is facing Chestermere Station Way. And then the other front facade is the east elevation, which faces towards West Chestermere Drive. And then the dual lane drive-through goes around the north and west side of the proposed restaurant. There is a minor variance request. The applicant would like a variance of 3 parking stalls. So as per the Chestermere Land Use Bylaw, 24 stalls would be required. And they are looking to provide 21 stalls on site. And just to note, there is a large surplus of parking that was provided by the Safeway grocery store to the north. So there is some shared opportunity should there be certain periods where there might be a larger demand for parking. This is a landscaping plan. So you can see in red, there are some existing trees that were planted by the earlier developer at the subdivision stage. So those will be retained. And then you can see around the northwest, south, and then east side, additional landscaping that will be added onto the site. As well as there is a sidewalk connection being provided from the main sidewalk along Chestermere Station Way for direct access into the site for pedestrians and cyclists. So council's options on this development permit is to approve it subject to the conditions contained in Exhibit A. You could table the development permit and request changes or more information, or refuse the development permit application and would need to have reasons for the refusal. In this instance, staff are supportive of the application and recommend that council conditionally approve a development permit for a new McDonald's restaurant as per the plans in Exhibit A and the conditions outlined in Exhibit B. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Any questions, Council? Councillor Funk?
Through the mayor to Jordan. I guess one of my concerns is that the layout of that whole development area has all of the buildings with the rear of the building facing the streets. This would be the only building that has the side of the building facing the street instead of the rear of the building. Is there a reason that was done?
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Funk, I think McDonald's tends to want to have more of that visibility on the main street. That's so, and also to provide more direct access to the building from the adjacent sidewalk. So the main sidewalk in that area is running along the north side of Chestermere Station Way, and would provide that more direct connection so people aren't having to walk through a parking lot to get to the door. And I think from a planning side, we actually appreciate it because I think it makes for a more interesting streetscape for people going along Chestermere Station Way. So should some of those buildings redevelop actually in the future, or if there's even additional infill, because sometimes you see with, like, say, the Safeway parking lot down the road, they look to put another retail unit perhaps on the south side of the parking lot there. And we would definitely encourage them to try and front that onto the, as much as possible. We recognize that there's challenges in terms of most people arrive by car, but I think this is where McDonald's has found the bit of the best of both combinations, where it's very accessible for cars, but it's also very accessible for pedestrians arriving at the site.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Funk?
No, just to follow up to that. So, when I look at the development in the East Hills that County did and the layout of McDonald's, looks like the McDonald's there is the exact same building design and everything. And the layout of it, along with all the other buildings in that development area, at the back of the building to the street, right? And that one actually is exactly the same. So, I don't know why. I think it's odd that would be the only building.
Yeah, through the mayor, I can, we do have the applicant if he wants to add anything onto it in terms of the siting, but I think that's really the primary goal, was actually to have a door as close to the sidewalk as possible that provides that kind of less interference or less interaction between cars and pedestrians trying to access the site. I can't speak, unfortunately, to the specific one in East Hills. I don't know what to offhand, but that's the sense that we got from McDonald's, that this is, you know, given this context, it really takes advantage of that main public sidewalk running east-west along the north side of the Chestermere Station Way, and provides the most convenient access for any pedestrians who are arriving, especially if they're, say, coming up from John Peak Park, so they'd be coming sort of from the east there, walking west. They could be pretty much on a sidewalk the whole way and then just cross the little drive lane or drive-through lane to get into the store.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Councillor Watt.
Through the chair to Jordan, I'm just wondering if you have any potential data in regards to the implications of a high volume restaurant like this going that close to a rather troublesome intersection that we've had. We've had numerous discussions in regards to that intersection, the A&W, that intersection. So I'm just a little bit concerned about the implications and consequences of putting more traffic, more cars on that road, and just wondering if there's going to be a solution possibly, or some kind of analysis done on the implications of traffic.
Sure, through the mayor to Councillor Joe Hall-Watt. Yeah, definitely, we did look at that, the traffic impacts of this on adjacent intersections. A couple things. So one, this is a vacant lot that was planned as the site was subdivided and developed to have something on it. And the McDonald's doesn't increase that. So what we talk about in planning lingo is sort of the floor area ratio. So how intense is the site going to be used? This proposal is in line with what the original subdivision indicated. So it's not introducing traffic above and beyond what was expected. To your question about, nearby intersections, that work continues to be ongoing in terms of assessing it to see if there's any unusual increases in traffic. We don't believe this intersection will create that unusual amount of new traffic. And then another benefit of this site in particular is it does actually have 3 ways to kind of arrive and leave the site. So you could go east along Chestermere Station Way, you could go west along Chestermere Station Way, or you could actually go north kind of through the parking lot to leave the site. So I think that's another advantage that it has as well. So in this instance, we don't anticipate it creating any unusual traffic impacts to the site or to the area.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Vogt.
For the mayor to Jordan, how soon is this McDonald's planning on trying to start to build?
through the mayor to Councillor Foat, it's our understanding that they would have liked to have been in the ground last week if possible. So they're ready with building permit plans to be able to submit to cover that stage, as well as there are a few conditions in terms of securities to meet as that are part of the conditions of approval, but they're ready to get going as soon as possible.
Excellent. Thank you.
Very interesting. Councillor Hanley?
And I'm not sure if this is out of line for this current discussion, but McDonald's is basically a very well-known item. Backlit signs, or golden arches and stuff like that. And the surrounding area is all of the stores are basically do not have backlit signs. Like they're not allowed to have backlit signs. Is that, was that a problem in this application, or has the rules changed and those other stores like Safeway and Lightpath and that could have backlit signs now, if they so desire?
Through the mayor to Councillor Hanley, in this instance, I'd have to double check on that because the sign permit is actually, and sorry, I should have introduced that at the beginning. The reason this is before council is because it's a direct control land use district, and in particular, sometimes council delegates authority on decisions, sometimes they don't. In this instance, for new buildings, the authority is council. However, for signage, it is different, and so it's been delegated to staff. And so I'd have to double check on the rules around that, but it would need to be in line with the current land use bylaw. And so that would relate to whether it can be backlit or not, but it would be the same rules that those other tenants need to follow in terms of whether it can be backlit or not.
So is that a potential problem for McDonald's should, the bylaw or whatever indicate that you're not allowed to have a backlit sign?
If there's a problem here, should this pay or come up? I don't think we.
I don't think I can speak on McDonald's behalf on that particular.
Okay, so yeah, we would work through it with the with that particular sign development permit, but it hasn't come up as a concern yet.
Yeah, I would suggest that perhaps, maybe this is something we have to do as a motion later. It'd probably be a good idea for administration to come back to us and open up that discussion of signage of what is allowed, what's not allowed.
Through the mayor to Councillor Hanley, I think that's a great idea as part of that larger retail sort of restaurant and entertainment district discussions. What role does signage play, and where can it really help, and where do we want to make sure we're still being safe and not introducing anything unsightly? So yeah, we can definitely look into that.
Councillor Foat?
Through the mayor to Jordan. I don't know if I read, maybe it was in the package, but maybe I missed it. But is it going to be a 24-hour McDonald's, or just?
Through the mayor to Councillor Foat, we don't actually have that detail yet. There's nothing in the land use bylaw that says yes or no to it, so it's not really something we've raised with them. Typically, it seems like they are. I know the Tim Hortons is a 24-hour drive-through, I believe.
Yeah.
So they have that option, but it's not something that we're regulating as part of the approval.
Any further comments or questions? Okay. With that, this proposed resolution is up on the screen. If I could get a motion to accept the proposed resolution as indicated. Councillor Watt?
I can do that. I move that council conditionally approve a development permit for a new McDonald's restaurant, DP 22-6724, as per the plans in Exhibit A and the conditions outlined in Exhibit B.
Any comments or questions? Councillor Funk?
Just a comment that I'm not in favor of one building out of all of the other buildings in an area having a different orientation for the purpose of marketing to the public. It kind of makes an unfair practice and stuff. So I just think it's kind of odd that it's skewed and stuff.
Yeah,
it's my
through the
personal
mayor
view
to
on that.
Councillor Funk, I don't think it's even, there is an element of marketing to it, but from the planning side, we think it's actually a more safe orientation because for pedestrians arriving or leaving the site, they have much more direct access to the sidewalks and they don't have to be walking through parking lots where cars would be moving. So I think there's a pedestrian and safety element that I think is a benefit. And certainly at the time, I believe with the previous units, like if we're talking, like I believe it's Brown Social House or those type of buildings, it may have been something actually that planning staff at the time would have asked for them to orient it so it was a little more connected to the street, but just from their market perspective, they wanted to have it fronting onto the parking lot. But I think as redevelopment occurs or re-intensification of it, we would really encourage, especially patios, to be located along the south side of those units because you get a lot of sun there. There's some boulevard space. So I think McDonald's is, in this application, is actually setting a good precedent for other applications to follow down the road.
Further to the comments, I'm just looking at, for example, ATB, which has their entrances on the side as opposed to on the inside, I guess, which is what McDonald's is on the side.
So it'll be a south and east entrance.
South and east entrance.
Yeah.
And then if you look at Brew House, Canadian Brew House, so their entrance is not on the street, but their entrance is on the side. I think the orientation can play with, a little bit about just how, as Jordan's mentioned, about how the population would come into the area. Pedestrian is definitely important as we are closer to John Peak Park. And residents, I think it's better if they're not walking across a longer drive-through lane to get around the building. A bit more shorter and leave that away from where the residents are mostly walking, albeit you are walking through a parking lot to get there. But yeah, just to bring that, just to mention that there's a few different changes, and I think it's somewhat indicative of where the locations are within the area. Marina Drive being more of the back of the buildings, like Safeway, for example, is on the back there, whereas you're kind of fronting towards where cars are coming from. Albeit that is also interior of the development, though. That's all I wanted to say on the matter. Are there any other comments or questions? And with that, we'll call for a vote. Okay, all in favor? All opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, Jordan. Okay, so let's look into lunch 2021. Councilor Hanlon?
No, I'd like to make a follow-up a resolution that council directs administration to review and make recommendations regarding the current business signage rules and applications, and present that to council at a future meeting.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Councilor Bunk?
I'm trying to remember. I thought we had a motion for the review of the signage bylaw.
And
There again.
So it's one of the early ones that we had, I think, and it just hasn't made it salute back around.
Having said that, I don't know if Ledge can find it fast enough, but should we, Jerry, should we just move forward with the motion, or should we delay until we find it? Move forward. Move forward? Okay. Missy, are you okay with what Councillor Hanley brought forward there as a motion? Okay. Any other comments or questions? All in favor? Carried? Thank you very much. And if we find that we do have that already, we'll have to make some amendments to that. Thank you very much for bringing that up, Councillor Funk. Okay, now I know that, sorry. I know that, just to move on here, I know that Sergeant Trevor Bowman is waiting. So just to move on to a proposed traffic control bylaw 036-20, which will be presented by Sergeant Trevor Bowman of the City of Chestermere.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. Please be advised that my comments will be directed through Mr. Wong to His Worship and the rest of members of council. This afternoon, or is it this afternoon still?
Okay.
We'll be
presenting some proposed amendments to our traffic safety bylaw. 036-30. Earlier in 2022, City Administration requested that municipal enforcement review the traffic control bylaw and propose amendments that would allow the use of off-highway vehicles, or OHVs, on our municipal roads here in Chestermere. So when we refer to OHVs, we're talking about typically off-road vehicles such as motorcycles, side-by-sides, quads, and snowmobiles.
Just a moment, Mr. Bowman. Steph, do you have that presentation for those that are online? It's, it should be titled Chestermere Municipal Enforcement. Proposed amendments to bylaws 036-30.
Should be a PowerPoint.
Should be a PowerPoint presentation. Thank you. Fantastic. And I think we're on page 2.
Yep, page 2 there.
Page 2. Thank you.
So I'll try not to kill you with PowerPoint this afternoon.
Sorry.
So when we refer to OHVs, we're talking about typical off-road highway vehicles such as motorcycles, side-by-sides, razors, quads, and snowmobiles. The background on this, currently the Traffic Safety Act of Alberta does not permit the operation of OHVs on public roadways. However, in accordance to section 120 sub 4 of the TSA, it does permit a municipality to implement a bylaw and propose an exception that would permit the off-highway vehicle operation on municipal roads. In accordance with the TSA, Traffic Safety Act, the bylaw must include the condition and terms in which the OHVs are allowed to be operated, minimum speed limits for the OHVs, which also may not exceed the posted speed limit, and prescribed routes that the OHVs are permitted to use. Keeping in mind the above, the OHV operator will still be required to adhere to all relevant provincial and municipal traffic laws. Operation of OHVs is strictly prohibited on roadways that are within the jurisdiction of the province unless a ministerial authorization has been granted by the government. So basically, you can't drive it on Highway 1. Being that the Chestermere Boulevard was purchased by the city, I believe back in 2013, that puts it within our jurisdiction. We did some research on this, and when with other municipalities allow OHVs on their roadways, what we found were most were counties and MDs, rural communities allowing farmers to go field to field. The exception was the city of Cold Lake, and we chose Cold Lake because it has the biggest population compared to Chestermere, which is approximately 15,000 people. Cold Lake allows OHV use in order to access recreational activities in and around the municipality. It strictly outlines the permitted uses, routes, operator qualifications, and when OHVs are allowed to operate. We looked at these guidelines, and these were the best practices that were applicable to Chestermere. So one of the big things here is we need to find a balance. When developing these amendments, we need to find a balance ensuring the following: providing our residents with access to additional recreational activities, ensuring public and traffic safety within Chestermere, and that these amendments are within scope and do not supersede the Traffic Safety Act in accordance with section 120 sub 4. So the proposed amendments are as follows. All the OHVs that use city roads must be equipped with operational headlights, brake lights, taillights, and a muffler. In addition, they must be properly registered, insured, and have a visible license plate. An operator must possess a valid driver's license. Those with a learner's license or a class 7 license must be accompanied by a qualified supervisor, very much you would do with a motorcycle or automobile. In addition, if that person is a class 7, that OHV engine capacity may not exceed 50 cc's. Of course, helmet use is mandatory for all operators and passengers. Restricted use between 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. Operators may use city roads to get to the nearest access point, like Access Point, or the closest service station to their residence. Restricted roadways They're restricted to roadways with a speed limit of 50 kilometers or less, if posted at a reduced limit. As the current traffic bylaw prohibits track vehicles on public roads, snowmobiles have been granted exemption to this bylaw. The operation of OHVs is prohibited in pathways, sidewalks, recreational activities except the lake, school property and playgrounds. In accordance with the other bylaws we've seen, whenever possible, OHV operators should utilize alleyways or service roads traveling on main streets. And of course, the operators must follow relevant provincial and municipal traffic laws. So in talking with our public safety partners, the fire department and the RCMP, we all share the same concerns. As most OHVs offer little in the way of passenger protection in the event of a collision. One thing I should note right off the bat here, and I neglected to, it's important to note that when we talk about OHVs, that pocket bikes, golf carts, miniature carts, and go-karts cannot be granted OHV acceptance in accordance with TSA requirements. That would not be by the bylaw, that would be by provincial statute itself. And I'll gladly provide the mayor with a handout from the province on that classifies that. So, again, our concern is in the event of a collision, well, this type of bylaw is in use in municipalities. It's our proximity to the city of Calgary and how drivers will react to seeing an OHV on a public road does cause a bit of concern for us. In developing these amendments, we've researched other municipalities that have similar ones in place, followed their best practices in order to find a balance that not only benefits our residents, while ensuring as a municipality we've done our due diligence, protect the OHV operators and the other users of the roadways. We believe we found that balance as Chestermere becomes more of a recreational destination. And we've followed best practices of other municipalities using these bylaws. Again, consultations have been done. Consultations have been done with our regional stakeholders, including municipal enforcement, the RCMP, and fire services. It is proposed that additional signage be placed strategically throughout the municipality, notifying drivers that they must share the road with OHVs. Legislative steps have been put in place to promote traffic safety for all road users in order to help prevent any potential injury or damage to property or infrastructure. When allowing this, it is suggested we run this as a 2-year pilot, with administration having the option to cancel at any time if warranted. This will provide an opportunity to gauge success while we continue to evaluate the implementation and address any concerns that may arise throughout. I'd be happy to answer any questions that council members may have regarding these amendments.
Thank you, Trevor. That seems really, really right on point. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I was going to say, right up until the very end, and then you had the answer at the end. I'm very glad that you put in that pilot project and that you have the ability to cancel it at any time.
Administration does, yes, sir.
Yeah, because this should be a privilege for people, and if people abuse it, or just like drinking in the park or anything like that. This is something that we're, trying to provide residents with this opportunity, but if it's abused, or things go badly, it'll be resolved very quickly.
Councillor Fogt?
To the mayor, to Trevor, are OHVs allowed to run in ditches right now?
Within the city itself, no, they are not. There are stipulations regarding secondary highways and county areas. I am not up to date on those those regulations. Again, each county can put those in themselves.
Thank you.
Well, I think it's a good starting point, as you mentioned, so we get some experience with this. The one question I had, I'm trying to find exactly where it said it, but was that it's really intended only for access to a recreation area. My question is that they're able to go to a gas service station, for example, while they're out enjoying, like for example, in the wintertime when they're enjoying going on the ice, etc. Are they enabled to, they can go to the gas station, the Petro-Canada, for example, but that suggests that they can't really go to A&W or Tim Hortons or some other place for lunch or something like that.
No, I understand that, and unfortunately, I wouldn't say unfortunately, I'll leave this, the council's discretion.
Yeah.
Section 120 sub 4 says a prescribed route. And I mean, if we, to go down and narrow it down towards a person's eating, I think we may be getting away from the spirit of the law with the way it was intended.
Yeah, yeah.
Again, keeping it to a service station or a recreational access point. We're still within that parameter.
Well, like you said, I think it's a good pilot project and see how everyone does. A lot of those eating areas are in slow kilometer locations, which I definitely agree with. Slower is better than faster.
Again, and one question we're gonna be asked is, well, what about crossing Chestermere Boulevard because it's 60? You are crossing that roadway. That's not an issue. You're not staying on that roadway. Meaning if you're going across West Chestermere Drive, it's still 40 up across the street. It doesn't change to 60 for 20 meters. So.
That's right. No, that's very, very exciting. Councillor Dean?
Yes, I think it's, through the mayor to chair. I don't really, I think I saw a comment in there. I don't see this as we're going to see a huge increase in the amount of vehicles. What I see is a more of a response to what's actually happening. Because trust me, as soon as that lake freezes, there's a lot of ATVs on the road around Camp Chestermere. And they're all going down to access the lake every day. And so that's one of the reasons why I support this. Is that, would you agree with that assessment? We're not anticipating like all of a sudden we're going to see, a huge increase of ATVs driving around Chestermere. It's more of, we're just kind of responding what's already kind of happening anyway.
Through the mayor to Councillor Dean, I agree with you. I don't think we're going to see everybody and their dogs jumping on an ATV and running down to the gas station. There needs to be some common sense involved in here. This is a recreational destination. We're providing a legal way for them to do it.
Yeah.
And again, our goal here is people go out and enjoy themselves responsibly. We don't want to see anybody hurt. And we don't want to see people abuse it. I mean, certainly if we have if problems arise, administration becomes aware of it. It's within administration and council's purview to eliminate the program if need be. We hope it doesn't come to that. But again, it's going to be the public that dictates the disposition of it.
Councillor Watt?
Thank you. Through the chair to Sergeant Bowman. I'm just going through our slides here and I don't see it, so maybe you can clarify for me. The exemption or exception of tracked vehicles.
That is
snowmobiles.
Yes, it is actually in the bylaw itself. I can give you the section number if you have a copy.
Oh, it's
right now.
not, right. So with that bylaw, remind me, refresh my memory, snowmobiles are not allowed on the roads, or are they?
They would be.
They would be.
Our bylaw, previous amendments, our bylaw did not allow tracked vehicles on the roadways because tracked vehicles, when we talk about tracked vehicles, think of a tank. I'm not saying the weight of a tank or anything else. It's very much like a tank, out tank. They tend to cause a lot of damage to the roadways according to our road supervisor. A snowmobile weighs considerably less than a bulldozer or anything else like that. So we made an exemption for a snowmobile to be operated on the roadways, even though it is tracked.
Rubber tracks, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Funk?
Along that line, a lot of these ATVs and stuff, you can get tracks for them that are rubbered.
Yeah.
Does that preclude them from being able to utilize the?
No, it wouldn't. And if council feels better, we can actually
Rubber track.
we can on a second or third reading, we can put rubber tracks in there on OHVs.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, you can certainly do that.
Yeah. Councillor?
No, I was going to highlight, the other part of the bylaw does indicate that you have to have it licensed, license plate, registration, insurance, all of the other
Yes,
things. So I would care to wager that, probably most snowmobiles are not registered, don't have a license plate, don't have insurance.
It is, and our big concern, if you're not licensed and registered or insured on a public roadway,
Yeah.
and unfortunately, liability was addressed mainly with that person.
Yeah.
But again, we don't want to expose the municipality to any undue liability on someone else's part.
Yeah. Councillor Watt?
Just through the chair, just another quick question. If you can help me understand, just in the summertime, I'm seeing quite a bit more young people using e-bikes and scooters and such, and little mopeds. Where do we draw the line as to sharing the roadways? Are those little scooter e-bikes that can go up to 30 kilometers an hour, do they remain on the sidewalks? Or are we potentially going to be looking at opening up a bigger category here? Can you help me understand?
So I think that's gonna be a bigger picture. We're gonna have to look at probably later on, in the spring. Basically, when we look at some of the, scooters, if the scooter has to be licensed and registered, it belongs on the road. If it's an e-bike, they can be on the pathways. Our community standards bylaw, and I do not recall what it is offhand. However, we do have a speed limit on our pathways. So again, if this becomes a bit of an issue, we do have an avenue to address it. And again, that would be through more of an educational piece rather than an enforcement issue.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Vogt?
I have several questions, and Councillor Watt caught a couple of them for me. And then I had track vehicles, and Mr. Funk looked after that. I do have a concern about not allowing vehicles to plow snow on sidewalks. The city does it. If a community has someone that has a blade on their quad and chooses to clean off the sidewalk, why wouldn't that be allowed?
So I agree with you. I mean, I've worked in small towns. I've lived in small towns where the neighbor gets out and does the whole street.
Totally.
I'm all for it. That's fantastic.
He's my favorite guy.
Yep, my favorite guy too.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, what can happen though, is when they take that quad out and they decide to do the street or some of the sidewalks, is what happens if they damage public infrastructure? What happens if they catch the blade on an uneven piece and they're throwing off their quad? Or they're hit by a car or anything else like that. The municipal liability is what we look after. Okay. We're not against it. I understand the spirit of it. I think it's fantastic, but unfortunately, we're in the public safety side of it and the liability side of it. That decision, if council wants to reverse it, I mean, it's well within your purview too. But my point is, liability wise for the city, how can we mitigate or reduce as much as we can?
Right. And then a follow-up question, Mr. Mayor, to the sergeant, is you have a stipulation of a vehicle 2 meters wide. Is that the stipulation that it has to be under 2 meters?
Are we talking about the amendments today, sir, or are we talking about the bylaw itself?
I'm talking about the bylaw itself.
Okay, the bylaw itself, usually that stipulation is put in place for residential roadways.
Okay.
Meaning, we don't want people bringing in great big motorhomes that exceed 2 meters wide.
Right.
That cause significant parking issues and visibility issues and public safety issues
Okay.
for other residents. So that's why it's there. Again, they take up a lot of parking space, a lot of real estate.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. Is there motions that you wish us to deal with today for this?
Sir, I'm going to request that we go with first reading.
Okay.
Pending the amendment regarding rubber tracks for OHVs as Councilman Funk brought forward. And at a later date, we'll bring it forward for a second and third, based on your input.
Okay. If I can get a motion to have first reading on bylaw 036-20, pending the amendment to rubber tracks. Councillor Funk?
I'd like to make a motion that we give first reading to the proposed traffic control bylaw 036-20, subject to the amendment of adding rubber tracked vehicles to OHVs.
Okay, any questions or comments? Councillor Vogt?
You talked about speed and stuff like that. I just want to clarify this. Is there a minimum speed that these OHVs have to exceed? Like,
the act does require us to set a minimum speed for them. I think in The, I think in the, and this, I'm talking about on the roadways, not in the recreation.
Yeah.
So, on the roadways, I think we assigned 30 kilometers an hour. That seemed fairly reasonable as a minimum speed. However, they could not exceed the posted speed limit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Just in case I.
all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Pressure.
It's huge. So you don't have to go to the ATVs, and I think that was 70 of it.
As long as you got a license.
Right.
Okay, with that, being at 12:45 PM, I'd like to recommend that we break for lunch and that we'll come back at 1:45 PM. Make it 2 o'clock. Make it 2 o'clock. Come back at 2 o'clock. All right, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, everyone. We're just coming back from lunch. At this point in our agenda, we're actually going to be moving into our our in-camera session, where we'll be looking at Section 17 personnel matters of the FOIP Act. And so if I can get a motion to go into camera. Councillor Fote?
I make the motion we go in camera at this time.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We're just coming out of in camera. If I can get a motion to come out of in camera, Councillor Foat.
I make the motion to come out of big camera at this time.
All in favor? Carried. Coming out of in camera, we were in camera discussing some information that's been brought to council's attention. I'll just read a letter from our Director of Corporate Services. Further to my August 15th, 2022 report to Municipal Affairs, while doing research, additional possible infractions were discovered. From a preliminary review, while not related to the three councillors' correspondence, 17 items were identified of possible Election Act breaches. Additionally, possible code of conduct infractions are as follows. 17 by Councillor Johal Watt, 33 by Councillor Shannon Dean, and 50 by Councillor Ritesh Narayan. Please find attached records for your review. It has been brought to my attention as a result of the existing correspondence that was provided to Council in which a code of conduct investigation commenced July 26, 2022 against Councillors Watt, Dean, and Narayan. It was identified in that correspondence that there were numerous instances of councillors directing staff, councillors acting alone or outside council resolution, misleading the public, councillors were not respecting majority decisions of council, possible misuse of city funds. The city director commenced a full review of all city files as per section 515 of Elected Officials Code of Conduct. From the preliminary review, 100 possible infractions were identified since October 27, 2021. 17 by Councillor Watt, 33 by Councillor Dean, and 50 by Councillor Narayan. These potential code of conduct violations can be classified into the following categories. Potentially directing staff without CAO approval, interfering with duties of a CAO, interfering with duties of mayor and council, not respecting majority decision of council, improper use of position of elected official, misleading government agencies and the public, harmful to interests of the city as a whole. I propose the following motions. I propose the motion as per section 6.12.2 of the Elected Officials Code of Conduct bylaw to direct the City Director of Corporate Services to engage an investigator to conduct a formal investigation. Any questions or comments in relation to that motion? Restate. I propose the motion as per section 6.12.2 of the Elected Officials Code of Conduct bylaw to direct the City Director of Corporate Services to engage an investigator to conduct a formal investigation. Any questions or comments? Councillor Dean?
I have a question and a comment, if I may.
Yes, you may.
First of all, comment. I would like it noted on the public record that I was asked to leave the in-camera session. And my question would be, under whose authorization did the the acting director of corporate services collect this information that was provided upon which this motion is being made?
If I may, to
City Director Kim?
Mayor and through to Councillor Dean, this information was found through my research while looking for other items that were under investigation. So all these different items, as per the MGA, are not allowed.
Mm-hmm.
So I just kept track of it and noted it all.
Thank you. And so my direct question is, who authorized you to collect that information?
I have it is my duty to.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. All opposed? Carried. Our second motion, I propose a motion to further investigate the 17 Election Act breaches and bring the information back to council. Any questions or comments? Councillor Funk?
Can we put a timeline on these? That, I don't know how easy it would be, but.
Today's September 20th. either is 2 weeks or 3 weeks, do you think would be enough, or is that short enough to investigate the Election Act breaches?
I can't say until we pass that along to our investigator. I can come back to council with a timeline. It will go immediately, and we'll be able to give some kind of an update.
So maybe an update on our next council, which is October 4th?
Yes, that should be fine.
That's
At that
suffice?
point,
Yeah.
we'll have a progress report at that point.
Perfect. Okay, with the progress report, October 4th. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. I find, especially the first motion, but both of these motions, I just think, seem to me to be a problematic way and a interesting way for this council to try to rebuild trust and relationship within this council. And so, while it is a decision that clearly this council is making, I do find it a rather curious way to rebuild the relationships between the councillors on this council.
Shannon, that's a point of order. This is discussion about an Election Act motion.
Mhm.
It's nothing to do with current councillors.
Mhm. So I was mentioning specifically the first one the most.
Again, we're talking about the Election Act motion.
Yep.
Are there any other questions in regards to the motion on the table? All in favor? All opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on, and closing out our City of Council meeting September 20th. If I can request a motion for adjournment. Councillor Fogt?
I make the motion that we adjourn at this time.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried? Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.